Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for April 16th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can I get an adoption of the agenda?
Move to adopt.
Dr. Dannenberg, before we move to adoption, I just wanted to point out a couple of changes.
Okay.
A staff request that we pull item 16D6 in entirety, and that we move, not remove, but move item 15A1, which is a presentation where we will have parents present, to before action.
Okay, very good. So noted.
Sorry, wait, turning back those pages. You said 16?
D.
16D6, which is the notice of completion for the Boyna High School pool heater replacement.
Okay.
And so that will be removed and then moved. Staff is requesting that we move the AAPC presentation because we will have parents present here. We're going to move that before action.
So we're moving that up.
Yes, we're moving it up. Now I'll accept a motion to approve with the amended.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Do we have any public comments for closed session? Okay, we'll be moving to closed session to discuss public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B and public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B.
So moved.
So moved. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll be moving to closed session. Welcome to the board meeting of April 16th. We're back from closed session. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Ms. Dom.
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Levier.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Sienna Modi is absent this evening. Student Board Member Ria Gill.
Here.
And Student Board Member Liz Lopez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. In closed session this evening, the board took two actions. The first was regarding employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. In closed action, a motion was made by Sabrina Rodriguez and seconded by James Forsythe to suspend an employee for 2 days, employee number 116. And the roll call vote was unanimous, all ayes. The second action we took is employee appointment of Assistant Director Student Support Services. In closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Vicky Yasin Chak as the Assistant Director of Student Support Services. The roll call vote was as follows. Mr. Peterson made the motion, Ms. Levier seconded it, and again, it was a unanimous aye for all members of the board. Thank you. And now we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Well, good evening, everyone. We have a packed house, and I think part of that has to do with we have several introductions to make. So because we have many introductions, we're going to change our typical format just a little bit. We're going to introduce the individual. That individual will have the opportunity, should they have brought any family here, to introduce their family. You'll be invited to say a couple of words. And typically, the board would then make some comments about that, but we're going to wait for board comments until everyone is introduced. You've had an opportunity to introduce your family, should you have brought them here with you, and you've had an opportunity to address the board. So that's going to be our format. If you have any questions, it's too late. We're moving ahead. Okay. All right, so first on the agenda, we have our introduction of our new Director of Fiscal Services, Mr. Joey Burnell. Mr. Burnell brings with him more than 17 years of accounting experience. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from San Diego State University and a Master of Science degree in accounting from California State University, Chico, and is a certified public accountant. Mr. Burnell has extensive experience in federal and international tax compliance, auditing, and financial analysis, and work experience in the private and public sectors. Mr. Burnell has worked at VUSD as an accountant and accounting supervisor, and for the last few months had been serving as the interim Director of Fiscal Services. Before his work with VUSD, he worked as a tax manager for Deloitte Tax LLP and as a tax audit senior manager for Amazon. We are incredibly excited about his wealth of experience Mr. Burnell brings to this position, including his fiscal leadership, expertise, positivity, optimism, and guidance overall. We are thrilled that Mr. Burnell is taking this next step in his career, and congratulations on your new appointment. And we would love to, if you have anyone with you, to introduce them. So make your way to the podium.
My parents were supposed to be here somewhere if they didn't make it in time. My mom was a teacher at Ventura Unified for 32 years. I guess I was a proud Ventura Unified alumni. I started my career at Satakoy in kindergarten, graduated from Buena in 12th grade. And like I said, I left for San Francisco and Seattle, and 3 years ago moved back. And when I was looking for a new position, I thought, where can I give back? Where's a place that I'd be proud to work for? And so that's where I immediately came to the school district and tried to find a job here. I was lucky enough to find a place, and I've enjoyed my entire time here, and I'm just really proud to take this next step and do whatever I can to help the district and help the kids.
And Joey, I think I heard you say that your family may be on their way. Is that?
I think so.
Okay. If that's the case, by the time we have a lot to go through, just let us know, and we can introduce them. Thank you. Okay. Next on the list is the introduction of our new Assistant Director of Expanded Learning, Dr. Sonia Lopez Mercado. Dr. Lopez Mercado holds a doctorate in educational psychology from USC and brings close to a decade of educational experience. She has served in multiple roles within the Rio School District, including after-school program coordinator, director of district programs. She is currently serving as the director of extended learning programs. She possesses extensive knowledge in ACES and expanded learning programming. She's created and established a well-known after-school program that has received state recognition. Her decisions are always student-centered, and she is considered to be an expert in her field. She is highly respected by her colleagues, team, parents, principals, and other partners. She possesses an outstanding level of integrity, passion for students, an unwavering commitment to programs that support student learning, and her dedication to the mission of expanded learning is extensive. And so we'd like to welcome and congratulate Dr. Lopez Mercado. And if she would come up, is she here? There she is. Yeah, you're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, thank you. I'm very excited to accept the position of assistant director. I have Dr. Laurel Dawes has a wonderful reputation in our county, so I'm really excited to start to work with her. And Ventura Unified is my home district. My two kiddos, I'll have two at Atlas this year, this coming year. So I'm very excited to be here. And this is my older son Dominic, my first grader, and then my incoming kinder. I'm a little bit out of breath because I just ran from the parking lot, but thank you so much. I'm very excited to work with this team.
All right, well, welcome. I thought you were going to say you were out of breath because you were chasing the kids around. And it's like, yeah, two young ones. All right, so our next introduction is our new director/principal of VACE, Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, Dr. Scott McNutt. Dr. McNutt has over 20 years of service as an educator, counselor, dean, administrator, and athletic coach. He began his career in Ventura Unified as a paraeducator at DATA in 2003. He returned to VUSD in 2021 to Buena High School, where he currently serves as the assistant principal. His previous experience in school counseling, school administration, university instruction and education, and helping students earn the diplomas in comprehensive and continuing high school settings has well equipped him for this role. He also has experience in CTE at the county and high school levels, grant writing, and working alongside in adult education. He's an outstanding leader who fosters positive working relationships with staff and the community to establish paths that benefit a diverse student body. He possesses exceptional interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, and compassion for all students. And we'd like to welcome and congratulate Dr. McNutt. We are excited to see our VACE programs and students thrive as you enter this new role for the 24-25 school year. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll start with introducing my wife, Christy. She's a substitute teacher at Ventura Unified now. First day on the job was yesterday. And Wyatt's sitting next to her. He's a freshman at Ventura High School. And Cole on the end is a sixth grader at DATA. And our oldest couldn't be here. He graduated from Ventura High last year. He's off in college now, but Finn is their oldest brother, and he'll probably be watching this at some point, hopefully, later on. But briefly, I'm just so honored and excited to be the next director principal at VACE. VACE has got such an excellent reputation. Everyone I've talked with has spoken so highly of it, and that just makes me even more excited to get started. So I'm going to give it my all, and I have no doubt we're going to keep VACE operating at a high level and continuing to evolve. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list, we have the introduction of the new Director of Secondary Education, Ms. Deidre Menares. Mrs. Menares brings with her more than 20 years of educational experience. She has served in several teacher on special assignments in administrative roles within VUSD, including an expanded learning administrator and currently is principal of Pacific High School. Mrs. Menares' leadership style is centered around equity and trauma-informed approaches, which have led to tangible positive outcomes, such as developing robust instructional programs that prioritize socio-emotional support. Mrs. Menares is deeply committed to promoting teamwork and adopting a systems thinking approach. She has a deep understanding of tiered intervention strategies and best practices, and her exceptional abilities have earned her the AXA Region 13 Administrator of the Year Award. That's great, yeah. We can applaud. Yeah. Having worked with a diverse student population of Ventura, she has extensive knowledge of students' unique backgrounds and needs at the secondary level. We are, of course, excited to see our programs and students thrive as she steps up into her new role for the 24-25 school year. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, board, Dr. Dannenberg. Students also, thank you for being here. Before I speak for my script here, because I don't trust myself to ad lib at all, I'd like to introduce my better half, Mr. Art Menares. He's my husband and biggest fan. It's also his birthday, so please wish him a happy birthday. Yeah. My daughter could not be here because she's in grad school. She also graduated from Ventura Unified, from Ventura High School, but she just accepted her white coat in her white coat ceremony today. She's studying to become a physician's assistant. Thank you, Ventura Unified. And my son, AJ, cannot be here this evening because he's working here locally at Finney's, where we're going for my husband's birthday dinner. But let me first begin with my heartfelt gratitude to Ventura Unified School District, because serving as the principal at Pacific High School has been a true joy and privilege of my career. 7 years has flown by in a flash. But I absolutely love the students and staff and community of Pacific High School, and I've learned so much from them. The decision to pursue the director position was not an easy one, because the work at Pacific High School is deeply rewarding, and the work is very important at Pacific High School. But it is an honor, a true honor, to be selected for this new role, and I'm very excited to be working with the Ed Services team and in this new capacity. So I'm eager to support all secondary schools, middle and high school, and in any capacity, but super excited about the next year. And I thank you for the opportunity. So thank you so much.
Okay, and our last introduction of the evening, the introduction of our new Director of Certificated Human Resources, Mr. Carlos Covarrubias. Mr. Covarrubias brings with him more than 22 years of educational experience. He currently serves as the Director of Student Services in Fillmore Unified School District. Before his role there, he served in multiple administrative roles within VUSD, including Assistant Principal of Pacific High School, Cabrillo Middle School, Summer Principal of Ventura High School, and Principal of EP Foster in Balboa Middle School. Mr. Covarrubias is talented and experienced educator who cares deeply about ensuring that schools are respectful and supportive of learning and working environments. His strengths include instructional leadership, advocacy, dedication, and the ability to collaborate with all educational community members. He's a student-centered, collaborative, and reflective leader. And he's committed to ensuring equity, access, and opportunity with and for diverse communities. He approaches his work compassionately, objectively, and systematically. He has a strong work ethic and is a courageous leader who can see the big picture while being detail-oriented. His depth and breadth of knowledge and experience as a site and district administrator have created a foundation that will be a resource for the staff and at the staff at the site and at the district level, as well as the VUSD community. And so with that, we welcome back Mr. Covarrubias.
Good evening, members of the Governing Board, Executive Cabinet, audience here present, audience at home. First and foremost, I just want to tell you how thankful and honored I am to continue serving the Ventura Unified School District community. Yeah, I've been here. This is home. When you were talking about family, introducing our family, it would take me a long time because I have family all across the district. I started here as a paraeducator, so we can talk about family in my late teens, then my 20s, my 30s, my 40s. Mr. Bayless is going to love this analogy. I was going to Fillmore, but only as a loan. Soccer, kind of like a player on loan, but not in Europe, here in Fillmore. And I am just thrilled and honored to once again be part of this leadership team again. I step in here and I feel so welcome. Everybody that has sent messages of welcome back via text, via phone calls, wherever you guys are. If you're at home, thank you for those texts. They were just reinvigorating and just reassuring of how committed I have been and continue to be to Ventura Unified School District. So once again, thank you. Look forward to the opportunity. And here we go again.
And before I hand it back over to Dr. Dannenberg, Joey, did anyone show up just yet?
Not yet.
Okay, great. We'll come back. Okay, Dr. Dannenberg.
Okay. Are we doing any gratitude awards tonight?
We are, but we wanted to.
Comments from the board.
Comments from the board. Okay, we'll start with comments from the board. Ms. Rodriguez?
First, it's just so wonderful to see such a big crowd here tonight to welcome these new positions. It's such an exciting time to have people joining us from outside of our district, people who are stepping up into new roles from within our district. We're so fortunate to have such great people. And Deidre, when we were talking about you, I was thinking back to our Spark days and being out on the field here. Yeah. I mean, there's just so much rich history that you all bring to your positions, and we benefit from that so greatly. And Carlos, welcome home. We were so excited to see you apply for this position, and there's a lot of really great talent that's here, and we really appreciate your commitment to the community.
Yes, I also want to thank you all and congratulations. And it is great to see so many people here, and I think it just speaks volumes to the culture and the climate of VUSD and just how supportive we all are of each other. And yeah, I love it. So congratulations. Thank you.
Just to ditto my colleagues, we really appreciate you all. Listening into the closed session and seeing what kind of individuals you were competing against for this job, it's absolutely amazing that we're getting the best of the best in this county. So we really do appreciate you being on here. Just a shout out to the paraeducators. I was a paraeducator too. So, right here. So welcome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Carlos mentioned like a player on loan, and these lineups sounded like an all-star game. Like we were introducing stuff to it. I was starting at director. And so, we're very excited for next school year. So welcome. And if there's anything we can do to help your transition, please let us know.
I, too, would like to congratulate you all. It's always bittersweet because for you to be able to get a promotion, we have another good employee that is, I guess, going off to do something else, most likely retirement for a lot of them. So it is bittersweet, but congratulations. It's like, I think you summed it up good. It's like an all-star team. So thank you for being here, and thank the family members that came. We always like to meet the families. It's important that everybody realize that we are a family. So thank you for all coming. Okay, now would you like to do gratitude awards?
Yes, I would. And before I transition to that, I'll just take the opportunity. Thank you for stepping up into these leadership roles and joining our kind of collective leadership team. It's a really special time, and thank you for just growing along with us as leaders. It's a continual evolution of who we are as people and as professionals, and thank you for joining us on that path and helping us grow. And we'll move into gratitude awards. We have many. Those should be coming up on the screen. Thomas, thank you for stepping in today. And as those come up on the screen, we'll call attention to three. First, Othelia Blacker, ASB accounting technician at Foothill. The person making the recommendation said that she is, or Miss O, really, is unbelievably helpful and dedicated when it comes to anything related to ASB, is always someone who deserves recognition for what she does for the entire student body. She is someone who is always willing to talk and give advice on any subject. Miss O is undoubtedly one of this person's favorite people on campus, and her kindness that she has shown is very special and will be something that this person will always remember beyond their time at Foothill. This person is very grateful to her for everything she does and will continue to do for the rest of the year. So let's extend our appreciation to Miss O. Thank you. And if you would just turn your attention to my left, I'm identifying Rhea Gill, student at Foothill. Rhea is identified by this person making the recommendation as being hardworking, sweet. In ASB, she has asked an array of questions, continually finds the time to answer the questions and to step up their game. She is also the ASB president, spends her time on all things, but in addition to that, a community servant. She's an amazing person who deserves to be recognized for her hard work and for just being an amazing person and friend. Thank you and congratulations. And our final person is Ryan Snyder, a long-term sub at Balboa. Mr. Snyder is hands down an amazing teacher. He is so nice, and the student has learned so much from him as a teacher. This individual looks forward to his class every single day because he makes learning fun and interesting. So thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Sorry, just to interrupt. No, could you scroll through the names because we haven't seen them go through on the presentation? Thank you.
And I'm going to go ahead and use this just for a general introduction. I just wanted to acknowledge some parents who are here. They won't be able to be here for the presentation later on in the conference item. But we have, if you are here, a parent from Disciplina Positiva or Project to Inspire, can you just raise your hands? Thank you very much for being here. We'll talk more about that later, but I just figured I'd use this opportunity to recognize them. Thank you for your work and support. Okay. How are we, Thomas? Good? Okay.
Okay, before we move to the student reports, there is one more piece of good news I'd like to report. Congratulations to Dr. Mirza, who has now completed all his requirements.
Another all-star player, starting at doctor.
With that, we'll move on to the student reports, and Ray, you're going to be up first today.
Hi, my name is Rhea Gill. I'm this year's ASB president at Foothill Technology High School, and here are our highlights from March through April. So first of all, we had our March Jostens Challenge, which fits under the board priority of culture and climate. So each month, Jostens, which is the company that we get our school spiritware from, they have a school culture challenge where you complete the challenge at your school and then you submit proof of completion. And when you do that, you're entered into a raffle for $500, which is great because it's always nice to have more money. And this month's challenge was a rock, paper, scissors competition. So Each student on campus was given a beaded necklace at the end of their 4th period class, and then they would participate in a round of rock, paper, scissors with another student. The winner of that game would get the beaded necklace from the other person, and eventually you'd accumulate more and more. And then at the end, the top 2 people with the most had like a round of rock, paper, scissors on the Foothill stage. And on the presentation, you can see the winner. That's Quan. He's a junior at Foothill with his rock, paper, scissors champion shirt and his little trophy. So this was a really fun event. I think it was great because it was inclusive. Everyone had an opportunity to participate, and it also created friendly competition. So then after that, on March 22nd, we had our Renaissance Rally. This Renaissance Rally was really successful in my opinion, probably the best one we've had in my time at Foothill. So the Spirit Week leading up to it was very well received with high participation, which I think is incredible because it shows that students now, at least in this point of the year, feel more comfortable, welcomed, and included in campus activities. In addition to this, we provided items that students could wear for increased participation. So on the day of the rally itself, we gave them little goodie bags with like sunglasses, leis, and a bandana, which fit the theme of Teen Beach for the Renaissance Rally. And yeah. So our 3rd event was our Pi Day event on Pi Day, March 14th. This is an annual event where students are invited to bring home-baked pies, and then the teachers judge them. Similar to the Justin's Renaissance event, it creates a sense of friendly challenge and competition. And I also think that this is a great opportunity for students to show off their talents if they don't want to, let's say perform at air guitar or really get on stage and put themselves too far out there. So it's better for people who might be more introverted. And I know people love it because we have multiple students who have participated in like 2, 3, or 4 years now of the Pi Day event. And then last but not least, we have the Foothill Dragon Press Award. So this award was the online pacemaker. Only 12 schools in the whole nation are recognized for this award, and basically it's the top 12 online student publications. Foothill was one of 2 California schools, which is incredible. This is also the first time since COVID that we have received the award, which is great just to see that we've grown and improved so much as a journalism program. And in addition to this, I personally have a lot of friends in journalism, so it's really great to see all of their hard work throughout the year paying off. So that's all that we've done recently, but upcoming events are our Justin's Renaissance events, prom, which is like the most highly anticipated dance of the year. We have our spring play, which drama has been working really hard on, and then tomorrow, actually, we have our senior-only academic rally, which is incredible because, seniors, they're in their last year, they work so hard, so I'm glad they're going to be getting recognition. And our main priority overall for these past months has been culture and climate, and I think that we really hit that well. Thank you.
Liz?
Good evening, Board President Dannenberg, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Castro. My name is Elizabeth Lopez. I'm a student at front and back office at VACE, and I just want to say I only have like 2 more months in June, so it's like a big family. I'm going to miss Carolyn and welcome new principal. And I just want to say that everybody has been so sweet, and today I had 2 interviews, and I'm just excited to be on the student council and be on the team. Thank you. And tonight I'm delighted to present an overview of the remarkable achievements and initiatives that have been taking place at Ventura Adult and Education at VACE. Our dedicated instructors and students have been at the forefront of fostering educational excellence and community engagement while supporting the Board of Education of 2023 and 2024 priorities. This academic year, we're excited to share that VACE has completed over 90 high school and equivalency graduates so far. Congratulations, graduates. VACE's integrated education and training classes include a paraeducator class and the caregiving program, which includes a bridge of medical CTE programs. The paraeducator class, under the direction of Jackie Lopez, celebrated 22 graduates who are ready to enter the workforce as paraprofessionals. The 22 paraeducator graduates successfully obtained their HeartSaver CPR and First Aid certification. And I got to also help volunteer assist with, alongside with my instructor, Margie, the first aid, CPR, and the caregiving class. It was rewarding because we had 2 classes going at the same time. So she was teaching the paraeducators first aid CPR, and I was assisting the caregiver class. It was a rewarding experience being able to contribute to their training and ensure that they're equipped with life-saving skills. On Monday, April 8th, the students in room 221 paused some of their usual studies and turned their attention to the solar eclipse happening that day. The class had a short discussion about the science of eclipses, and some students created pinhole cameras using 3x5 cards. Interested students then joined their teacher outside to observe the increasing coverage of the sun by the moon shadow. After this, they returned to the classroom to watch the live stream of the eclipse from the various parts of the continent. And since the last Ventura Unified School District Board meeting, several VACE, if you guys can remember the glasses from Franz, from CAD, several VACE career technical education graduates secured employment in medical, accounting, computer-aided design, and IT. And the other day I was happy to see Derek Walker. He's like, yeah, I'm the new tech support, and he had the VACE shirt, and I was like, you got this. So I was really happy to see him working at the school. We extend our congratulations and the best wishes to all VACE graduates who are now gainfully employed. Last week, Josh Domingo hosted the podcast Influential You spoke to career technical students about the importance of meeting and interacting with new people when engaged in job searching and networking. Mr. Domingo has an impressive track record of success in business, a gift for connecting with audiences of all shapes and sizes, and sits on VACE's several advisory committees. And I'm really proud Student of the Month for Molly Chia. Congratulations, Molly. Congratulations to the Student of the Month for March, Molly Chia, who has completed her certificate in accounting clerk program at VACE and is currently looking for employment. Molly demonstrates a deep understanding of complex financial principles and has an analytical mind. Her attention to detail sets her apart from other students. But beyond her academic achievements, she poses kindness and uplifts those around her. Molly's positive attitude created a welcoming learning environment for everyone in our class. I got to work with her in the business when I was learning Excel and Word and basic business, and she is just a sweet lady. She's like, Liz, you can do this. I'm like, Excel is hard. And she's like, no. She's like, you got this, Liz. Just keep going. Just keep studying. You got this. And I was like, okay, Molly. And she goes, I'm right here if you need any help. So I had a lot of support from her. And VACE is offering free computer classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursdays from 6 to 9 p.m., beginning April 22nd, which is next week. Empower yourself with our free computer skills class for adults. Gain confidence in the digital age. VACE appreciates your support and attention and remains committed to providing the high-quality education, fostering community engagement, and preparing our students for successful futures. Thank you.
Thank both of you for those great reports. Moving on to correspondence, we received one thing late from the County Superintendent of Schools this afternoon that will be placed on our next board agenda, but it's just affirming and a positive certification of our last financial report. Does anybody else have any other correspondence to report? Okay. With that, we'll move on to public comments. Ms. Dom?
Thank you. Good evening. For tonight's public comment, you will have 3 minutes to speak. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when your time is up. So I will now read our civility statement. The governing board recognizes the impact the civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its roles in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds and district facilities during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of the district electronic digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live and that we do have students who attend and watch our meetings. So for tonight, we only have one general public comment, and so that's Deborah Meyer Morris.
I'm here to talk about a very important issue, which is a continuance of the FCMAT, which we talked about on March 12th at the board meeting. And I wanted to bring a little levity to this very important subject. So we're going to talk about these things. It's not like the FCMAT report. It's not like the mission or the vision statement. It's the FCMAT report. And we're going to talk about why it's not like the mission statement or the vision statement. And that is going to be why it is not like the others. So, for those who missed the meeting on March 12th, we had the presentation, We had a presentation regarding the Financial Crisis and Management Assistance Team analysis of the Special Education Department in the Ventura Unified School District. As a result of that, they came up with many shortfalls, some positives, but a lot of things that needed to be corrected. Because the board voted to only have a ad hoc committee meeting and not an actual open session where parents could attend, I made bingo cards, which I'm going to post online on Nextdoor. I'm also going to distribute all of these to the board and to the public so that we can follow along to see how the ad hoc committee goes. Can they actually do some of the things that the FCMAT report suggested? One would be ending the financial crisis. 2, addressing all of the least restrictive environments, since 4 of 6 of them were not met, providing students in special ed with the free, appropriate public education, which includes their access to the general education curriculum, appointing Neil to the executive cabinet, ending the special ed silo so that the mission and vision statements include students with disabilities, and ensure that next year more than 66% of Ventura High School's special education students graduate. Closing the financial gaps, closing all of the subject matter gaps, which are extensive for science, math, and English language arts, ending the special day program isolation for students with severe and moderate disabilities and deaf students, developing a uniform student SST process, standardizing the social emotional learning objectives, decreasing the caseload so that students have meaningful intervention. So that is why I say the FCMAT is not like the mission statement and the vision statement. We want them all 3 to align. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And here's the bingo cards. I really did make dual bingo cards, and I left the FCMAT so that you can be inspired. Thank you very much.
Okay. Before we start our action items, we've moved up item 15A1, our African American Council report, because we have many members of the community here that are not necessarily going to want to stay late while we go through all our other business. So with that, who is going to lead this off?
Dr. Bayless, do you want to make some introductions?
I'd be happy to. So I'd like to invite Dr. Soledad Molinar up to the front, and she'll welcome our committee and members up to make the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Castro. It is a true honor to be here again this year to share our African American Parent Council feedback to the board as it helps us plan for the upcoming year in supporting our students who identify as Black and African American and our families. I would like to introduce Ms. Robin Freeman. Do you want to please go in order first? Okay.
I was going to go first. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Dannenberg, Dr. Castro, trustees.
You want to
Welcome.
go over to the mic because we're recording and they won't be able to hear you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Dannenberg, good evening. Dr. Castro, trustees, thank you for allowing us to share information about our African American Parent Council here in Ventura Unified School District, some of our activities that we've been involved in, and then some of our goals for next year.
We're going to start with the mission statement, which is African American Parent Council is a group of parents committed to holding VUSD accountable for nurturing students for academic success, promoting positive educational and social experiences for our children, building relations within the community to support our children, celebrating the strengths and unique experiences of Black students in VUSD.
The African American Parent Council is an affinity group. We offer families the opportunity to discuss their individual experiences among a peer group that shares a common identity. Parents and guardians develop self-awareness and cultural knowledge, problem-solve social interactions, and build communities of support.
Hello, my name is Lisa Odenkers, and I will be handling the year in review. And first, we'd like to go over our accomplishments and reflections for this school year. So the AAPC is still going strong. We meet once a month. ABAR practices and procedures are in the implementation stage, and you can find that on the VUSD website. We've had social events such as Kwanzaa celebration, field trips, and more, as well as cultural celebrations, Black History Month, at which we had increased participation. The District Committee AAPC, we've had representation at the District Committee AAPC and academic progress monitoring, collaboration with ethnic and social justice studies integration, and a strong two-way bridge between the AAPC and VUSD.
Well, I have the opportunity to be involved with the academic monitoring for our African American students here in Ventura Unified. And this first chart shows the number of students in Ventura Unified, in Ventura County, and statewide. So we have 14,980 students at the beginning of the school year, and 1.1% of them are African American. We also serve students who are 2 or more races, who identify as African American, and that's 4.1% of our student population. And you can see in the county, the numbers are very similar, 1.2% African American, statewide 4.7%. So for the students who are here in Ventura Unified, it's a very small number, and we want to make sure that they feel welcome and supported. So I'm the coordinator. And one of the things that I attempt to do is build relationships with students who are struggling. I work with school personnel to monitor their progress. This year, I've been working more closely with the middle schools, and I'm very happy to report that the majority of those students are doing very well academically. The students who have not been doing well, I have the opportunity to meet with them, talk to them about their potential for success, and come back to monitor. So they get a little surprised when I show up again. They don't often remember that I'm coming back, but now that I'm coming back, they're more prepared to make up work assignments and work toward improving their performance. So I do monitor, on the next slide, their report cards and progress reports. I prepare a short report for the African American Parent Council. Most of the elementary students are receiving support at the schools. You know, their classroom teachers identify them for additional support. And at the high school, the counselors work with academically struggling students. Also at the middle school, they work with them as well. But sometimes, you know, we get so busy in these jobs, and I've had many of the positions in the schools. Sometimes it's important for someone else to step in and say, I see you, I know you can do it. So that's the role that I have accepted and I enjoy very much.
Good evening. So we have monthly meetings, and I want to thank Robin Freeman, Soledad, Dr. Melinar, and Dana Lomax for working with this group and helping us to move forward in a productive and positive way. Our meetings are entertaining, they're exciting, they're informative, they're collaborative, and we learn a lot at the meetings together. In our meetings, we have a book sharing. Every month, Dr. Freeman comes to us with a book that she shares with the whole group, and books at all levels, but we appreciate that. We review and revisit our goals. As you know, things change, and also we learn more, and as we learn, we change, and we adjust and we adapt. And so we try to be that type of organization. We've had events, and we've had several cultural opportunities that you'll hear about with the next presenter. And at each meeting, we also have updates from Robin about the academic progress of our students. We believe strongly that if students know that you're watching and they know that someone's going to check, they may pay a little more attention to what they're doing.
We had our first field trip at the beginning of the school year in September. The Young Black Scholars event, and they went to West Los Angeles. It was a college fair where the students got to meet with different colleges and different groups, and they had a really good time and really enjoyed meeting with the different HBCUs that we're able to represent.
We had the opportunity to hear this group at UCSB that was hosted by the UCSB Arts and Lectures. It gave our family the opportunity to come out of our norm and to get out and to go do something. And it was a really nice cultural event. American Railroad, Silk Road Ensemble with Rhiannon Giddens, which was in November. And it was really a great concert. It was so unique. I hadn't ever experienced that type of music. It was so many different forms culturally, and it was very enlightening. It was a lot of the students and the parents that had the opportunity to go from AAPC, and I think it was a great opportunity. And I want to also thank Dana Lomax, who we call the wizard behind the curtain. She don't want us to open the curtain to see who's back there, but she's doing a great work and presenting and offering and coming up with the different cultural events and outings that we can take has been very enlightening for us all, especially for our little one.
Another one of the trips that we experienced this year was at Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science in Los Angeles. It is the only historically black college or university, HBCU, on the West Coast. And so it was an opportunity for the students who attended to see themselves represented at a university that focuses on professional work and to see students who look like them. That's the advantage of students who attend an HBCU, where all the professors and all the students look like them, right? So they are very well represented. And at this event, they also had the opportunity to meet the university's president. So it was very exciting. They're also doing some research in the field of cancer. And so during the tour of the entire campus, they got to talk to some researchers, which was very exciting as well.
Since COVID, we have been meeting online in Zoom, but we do meet twice a year in person, and one of those times is in December. And this December, we got to do a Kwanzaa celebration, and it was a really unique and fun event because we got to learn about the history of Kwanzaa, and then we went through what each day is expected. It was really great because a lot of the kids didn't know what Kwanzaa was, and Robin put on a very informative presentation that got all the kids involved, and it was really fun. My daughter went home and asked if we were gonna celebrate Kwanzaa after that. We didn't, but she did ask.
So we also had an opportunity during Christmas time to go out to Mayor Bass's house, and that was, you know, in connection with Calvin, and it was so exciting. So many of us were able to attend. Students participated in arts and crafts, and were at the mayor's home, which was super exciting. So it's our fun December trip.
And this year, again in February, this is the second year we had students participate. They go to Cal Poly. The university invites African American students from all over the Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, Ventura County area. They are very keen on encouraging students to attend Cal Poly, and so they spend the day touring the campus, meeting students, hearing about the things that the university is doing to promote Black history and relevance at their site. So this was the second year, and the students had a great time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcia Amagaji. I'm a teacher at Buena High School. I teach PE, health, college, and career, and I'm also the advisor of the Black Student Union. This year, for the first time, we did a elementary reading. A few of the students from the BSU club, from Buena High School, and then the other high school. Ventura High School went and we visited a few of the elementary schools, and the members of the BSU club read, I forgot the name of the book. Oh, okay. You guys remember the name? No? No? Okay. Say that again? Yes, Parker Looks Up. And I felt this was amazing. The elementary kids loved the older kids. They were kind of in awe seeing them, and even more impressed when they actually read to them and talked to them and just interacted with them. And I thought it was a good idea to be able to, especially at the elementary level, to talk about Black history and what it represents, especially coming from a person of color. So I thought that was a good connection for us. Do you guys want to add anything to that?
No? Next slide.
Okay, and Buena High School, one of our past presidents started the Black History Month door contest. She came up with the idea. And originally we started, just Buena High School did it for the first year. And then the second year they wanted to include the other high schools and make it a district with the competing high schools. Of course, Buena won the first year and the second year. And then the third year, we decided to include not just the high schools, but the middle schools and the elementary school. Last year, we included the middle schools, didn't we? Yeah, we included the middle schools last year. And then this year, we decided to include all levels, which I thought was a great idea. And these are the winning doors. At the elementary at Elmhurst, they won their first prize there. And they did Garrett Morgan, who invented the stoplight, which I thought was an amazing job. And then the middle school that won was Cabrillo. And this surprised me because Cabrillo, the middle school, a lot of these developers I didn't even know existed. And so I thought that was a great idea. And nowadays, all kids are into video games, right? So that was great. And then, again, Buena won this year, the district. Wide. They have that flipped around, actually. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the middle school should be the video games, and the high school should be. And again, this surprised me because I did not know of this lady, Mahati Wangari. So I personally learned a lot each year this rolls around. So, and it gives the students that participate just information that they didn't know, and then everybody gets to learn along with that. And then some notable honorable mentions. Again, all these doors were from Buena High School. Just saying. I thought these were amazing. Scott Mannon's door. This is all made out of wood. It's our wood shop teacher. So all those were made out of wood. And then our clothing teacher, actually, one student actually did this entire door. And the door, you have to see it in, like, what's the word I'm looking for? In person. The door, the lady and a lot of the stuff is made out of cloth. Right? So I thought that those were amazing. They're a little shy.
I start? Okay. My name's Rhea. I'm a senior at Buena High School, and I'm president of VSU. Do you wanna?
My name is Christian. I'm a junior at Buena High School, and I'm the vice president of BSU.
This year, we were able to go on the HBCU tour trip, and HBCU is a historically black college or university. It was my second year going. Do you want to?
It was also my second year going, and I was grateful for the opportunity. The year before was very fun as well, and originally I was brought the offer because I walked in on a BSU meeting and I was hungry, and we normally have pizza. We normally have pizza. That is our that's how they draw us in there. And it just so happened that one of the days I walked in, Mr. and Mrs. Richards were presenting a presentation about an HBCU tour. Now, being in BS Black Student Union, Ms. Amagazi pushes HBCUs, but you don't really know what it is. So then they came in with their presentation, and I was like, wow, I want to go there. So once we were offered the ability to go, I was first in line, submitted everything I can quickly, and eventually I was able to go, and it was great. When you're looking for a community that's inclusive, everybody around you is like-minded individuals. They look like you. They have the same mindset as you, really, and you share similarities with them. It's very welcoming, and it's somewhere you want to be a part of. So being able to go on the HBCU tour was very mind-opening, and I was very happy to go.
Yeah. How about yours?
My first year going on the trip, I had no idea what HBCU was, so I liked that Miss Richards and Mr. Richards came and told us about it, and I got the opportunity to go. Going on the tours, it gave me, I like the experience because I got to learn more about the colleges and what best fit what I want to do with my future.
Which is?
I want to be a nurse. I want to go into nursing.
And where did you go?
Our first year we went to North Carolina, and then our second year was Texas and Louisiana. Our second year?
Yeah.
What?
This year?
This year? My favorite school was Xavier because one of the past presidents from Buena in BSU, she was there, and she gave us a tour, and it just helped me have more of a connection to it, I guess.
She's like stole my favorite school. That was also my favorite school. And the reason, not only for being inclusive, but normally, like, I go on a lot of campus tours, and Xavier is located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. New Orleans. I thought that was in Louisiana. The reason why it was #1 for me is because when I look at a lot of other campuses, some of their students like look down and they kind of look like overwhelmed. When I went to Xavier, every single person I looked at seemed happy and they had a smile on their face. And anybody I asked for, where's the restroom, or what do you think of this place, they all had a positive response. None of them were like overloaded, overwhelmed. Everybody seemed to have help. The tour guides were great. Everything they offered there was top tier, and that's a place I want to see myself happy and educated.
on the tours, they get to meet with admissions people, and they get a tour of the campus. They get to, sometimes we have lunch on the campus, but I have one quick story I'm going to tell, and then we're done. But we were with another group, a group from Oakland, and the president from Wiley College was speaking to our students. And he told his story, and his story was unique because he had this dyslexia growing up, and he had terrible grades in high school. And he joined the Marine Corps and figured out how to learn with his disability. And now this is the third college that he's president of. And so on the tour, we just happened to have a young man that was dyslexic as well. So after he spoke to the group, one of our chaperones took the young man to meet the president. And the young man was expressing his lack of confidence in being able to get into an HBCU or get into a college at all. He just wanted one letter from a college. And the president put him in his golf cart and took him to his office and showed him his high school report card with D's and F's and told him that you can do anything you want to do, you can be anything you want to be. And then he accepted him to the college on the spot and gave him a full ride scholarship.
Wow.
Yeah. And so we've had several experiences like this on the college tour, and our goal is to expose students. They don't necessarily have to go to an HBCU, but we want to open some minds and encourage them to go forward and seek higher education. Yeah.
Wow, I hadn't heard that story yet. That's exceptional. I also wanted to say that a few weeks ago, our African American Parent Council presented at the Ventura County Office of Education Equity Conference, and this was our second year presenting at the conference. And it's a wonderful opportunity for other educators or parents in the county to find out about what we do. And quite often, especially this time as well, we have parents there who want to start a parent council in their district because their children feel very isolated. So it was a great opportunity for us. Lisa, can I just take this one? Go ahead. Okay. So our last meeting is this week. May 9th. Oh, that's right. Scratch. May 9th. It'll be an opportunity for us to celebrate students who are matriculating from 5th grade, 8th grade, and high school. And then we do have some recommendations on the next slide. These are things that we want to work toward for the 2024-25 school year. One is culturally sustaining practices that honor our students' identities and experiences. So in addition, question use of materials that include the use of the N-word. Be sensitive to the impact of using various texts on Black African American students. Number two is a diverse workforce. Teachers, administrators, ESPs, counselors, and staff with efforts to support and retain Black or African American educators and staff in VUSD. Focus on recruitment and retention. Number three, implement and monitor practices and procedures created in ABAR work group for dealing with derogatory language and acts. Focus on continuous improvement and shifting culture to be more loving, just, and inclusive. And then district-wide participation in events and initiative across all sites and across the county. So thank you so much for allowing us to present. I hope we presented something that you found very interesting, and we'll be back in action for 2024-25. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
First of all, I just want to thank all of you. We appreciate what you're doing. It's very important for our students to have these role models and to have these experiences that we might not otherwise be able to give them without your support. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Rest of the board.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say how fortunate we are that you're willing and able to donate your time in this way to our students. I know you do it from a place of love, and it really matters. It makes a difference, not only for the students you're directly related to or connected to, but for all of our African American students in our district. I did also want to ask, I know you shared a little bit about kind of what the monitoring looks like in practice, and I was curious if you are seeing results that reinforce that what you're doing is working.
Well, I hope so. You know, The first opportunity that I had to follow up with students was right after spring break. And one of the students is really struggling with some personal social issues at home. The other one seemed excited that I was concerned about him. And then what I found is that some of the students where you see all their grades are D's and F's, 2 of them moved out of the district. Another one moved out of the state. So I think it's important that we monitor, because we look up and suddenly they're gone, you know. But the rest of the students seem to be doing really well, and there are a lot of supports at the school site, so I appreciate that.
I know this is a relatively new program. We started it only a few years ago, but I really appreciate the intentionality with which it's done. I mean, I think it makes a big difference for students to know that you care, right? That someone is there paying attention and trying to offer that extra little bit of support that we wish we could offer to all of our students, but realistically, we're just not in that position. But so to really make sure that those students feel seen and heard, and when they need a little bit of help moving things out of their way, to have someone to help advocate for that. And I think the work that you all are doing is amazing. And I would love, I actually was supposed to go on an HBCU tour when I was in DC last week, and didn't work out for timing wise, but I would love to go. Anytime you guys want an extra chaperone, you let me know. I would love to go, because I've never been to one, and I would love to visit. So
a picture of you with Julia Brownlee.
Yeah, we were in DC last week, and the Thursday included visits to the HBCUs in the DC area, and unfortunately I wasn't able to go, but
University is the best.
Yeah, well, my daughter lives in Philly, and I was like, I could go to Temple, but so anytime you guys need someplace, you just let me know.
Okay. Thank you again so much. I appreciate the work.
Well, yeah, I actually have something to say. I'm wearing my I Am Black History shirt today because I was part of the mission statement. When we were developing the mission statement, I was part of that group, so I'm definitely proud of that. But I'm glad we're broadcasting, because I wanted to publicly thank Mr. and Mrs. Richards, because I was originally appointed, and then when I had to run for the position, I didn't know you had to pay to run for the position, and they were first in line with a big check. And I ran unopposed, so I got to return it. But I always really appreciate that. I appreciated that, because I didn't know you had to pay money to volunteer. But so I just want to publicly thank you for that. And I'm a product from the American Parent Council, and according to the Ventura Star, I'm the first African American board member that I guess they did it for over 56 years. So I'm proud of that. So I'm part of that. I Am Black History. And I know 1.1% sounds like it's not a lot, but that's 141 students. So when you have a group focusing on 141 students, it's really important. And I know, especially seeing the difference coming from, I was in Washington, D.C. last week, where the population is 44% African American. And I really got that experience of when we say students like to see their self in people. And so when I was going to restaurants, and I was in the Capitol, I was in a Rayburn building, and I'm seeing so many African Americans, and it just made me feel that I could do better and I can do more, because I saw people that were doing better and that were doing more. So, it's just reinforced that diversity is so important in the school systems, because people can feel that they can advance and be successful when they see people that look, act, and sound just like them, no matter what race, not just African American. It can be Chinese, Japanese, Indian, whatever. But when you see successful people that look like you, it makes you want to be successful. So I encourage the work that you guys are doing. I appreciate it. And if there anything I can do to help, Dr. Castro got me doing all kind of other stuff. But if you need my help on anything, I'm just a phone call, text, or email away. So thank you.
Just real quick, thank you so much. I mean, it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for your hours and dedication to our students. And seeing our two students come up here, very timid, very shy, it's a pretty big deal walking up to that podium. But then start talking about the colleges they visited, and their eyes light up. That's exactly why we sit in these seats, is so we can be part of that, so we can provide that education to our students. And it just makes it makes it so much better. So thank you so much.
I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have said, and thank you. I think the work you're doing is making a huge impact, and I just want to commend the students for being so brave to get up and speak, and just to see your drive and your motivation. I mean, I don't feel like I was like that when I was your age, so I'm so impressed, and I'm excited to see where you're going to go, because I know it's going to be doing some great things, so thank you.
Okay, thank you again. And just before we move on, our student board members, you're welcome to leave if you need to, but you're also welcome to stay. So it's, we understand that you may have homework or other commitments, so thank you for being here. Action items number 14, action A1, consideration of resolution 2404, ordering a regular governing board member election. And this is a first read, but we could take action now. Pleasure of the board.
I'll move that we take action as one of 2 members who are up for re-election.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Second item, superintendent evaluation, ad hoc committee. The board will create an ad hoc committee regarding the superintendent's annual evaluation. This is the people that are going to put together our comments after we get all our stuff together, and then we'll send it. I've done that for several years. Last year, James joined me after Velma left. So my suggestion would be that maybe the board vice president and James do that, if that's okay with the board. Since James has the experience now, and
right, yeah. That's what I get for volunteering.
That's a strong suggestion too. I guess I'll have to accept.
I as well.
Okay, we need a motion then to approve that from the board.
Move to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, action items B, our business services, the certification of signatures. With our new appointment, we have the need to change our certificate of signatures, and before you leave tonight, we'll need to get your signature on the new form. So with that, I'll entertain a motion for approving the certification of signatures.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
B2, consideration of the 22-23 final audit report by Clifford Larson Allen, LLP. Dr. Merz, is there anything you'd like to address with this before we take action?
Yes, we have our lead auditor, Taylor, here from Reform, and he has a short presentation to review the reports.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here to present the results of the 2022-23 audit report. If you've seen the audit report, the product is a well over 100-page report of your financial statements and information, and so just as you can imagine, it takes a lot of hours, a lot of work. And while we primarily do work with the business services department, we also work with a lot of other departments and groups in the district, specifically ed services when we're dealing with compliance issues, and we even go out to the school sites to look at attendance and compliance with those type of requirements. So we're even going to the school sites and making sure that their attendance. So it's a full district audit, I would say. We're dealing with a lot of people, and happy to report the results. Next slide. So of that 100-page document, our portion is 4 letters or opinions that we give on the statement. We give an opinion on the overall, the primary one is the report on the financial statements, but as well we have 3 others related to compliance. One because you're a governmental entity, another because of the federal dollars that you receive, and the last one because of the state of California wanted to get some work done there too, and so they have asked us to give an opinion on some compliance issues related there. So the main one is the report on the financial statements, and the next slide. These are the 4 types of audit opinions that we can give, unmodified being the highest, all the way down to disclaimer. just as a quick recap. And the next slide, you can see that we're happy to report that we were able to give an unmodified opinion, which means the financial statements and notes and information are materially stated and fairly stated and in line with proper accounting principles and standards. So it's the highest opinion that we can give. The next one is, again, as mentioned, there's 3 other opinions that we give. The first one is because you're a governmental entity, we're asked to go and to review your internal control system to make sure that there's no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies or any material non-compliance. And we were able to give opinions that we did not find any of those such items as well. So another clean opinion there. And then because you received so much federal funding, the federal government asked us to give an opinion on the major programs that you have at the district. This year, it kind of rotates, but this year we looked at Title I, Special Ed, and the Education Stabilization Fund, the new monies that just recently came about. And they give us a whole guideline that we follow and to review and compliance tests that we look at, and we were able to give an opinion there that in all material respects, you were in compliance with the requirements that we were to look at, as well as there were no deficiencies in internal controls related to the federal programs. And then as I mentioned, if you can look at page 100 to see all the programs the state wanted to jump in on and say, take a look at this while you're out there, auditors. And so that kind of gives a list of all the programs they ask us to look at, and then whether we tested it or not, because some may not be applicable to your district, but most are. And we were able to give an opinion there that you complied in all material respects to the compliance requirements that we're required to look at, as well as there were no deficiencies in internal controls, which is also part of our standards and review. And we were happy to report there were no current year findings. So sometimes we have issues that we have to just report, even though it may not be material or significant, but we didn't have any this year, so I was really happy to discover that. Again, so the main report is the financial statements. So you, back in September, you would have received the unaudited actuals. And there was one difference from that report related to the building fund, and it was an accounting entry due to some new standards related to leases, to make sure that they are aligned with the new standards, and it was not a very large difference. And that's the only differences that we had from what you guys looked at and approved back in September, from what the audit report that you have in front of you today. So really, and the district knew about that, and they were having us work with them. It just wasn't ready in time for the September unaudited actuals. As well, as part of our standards, we're required to report if we have any difficulties or adjustments or disagreements or issues like that, and we were happy to report that we did not have any that we were required to disclose to you. So again, it was a very clean audit, and we're happy with the results and all the work that the district office put together. So on top of the general district financial audit, this is the first year that Measure E, from the voter approval back in November 2022, that requires an annual financial and performance audit as well, and we were engaged to perform on that and give the results there, and we were happy. So this is a separate report of just the Measure E financial statements and information. We were able to give clean opinions, another unmodified opinion on the Measure E financial statements, as well as no deficiencies or non-compliance with the Measure E financials and internal control environment. And then we also do a performance audit there where we look at a high level of the expenditures that were charged to the program, and we look at the backup support, review what it's for, and make sure that it is in line with what the voters approved when they voted for Measure E. And we were able to give an opinion that it was in line. All the expenditures and things we reviewed were in line with what the voters approved. So clean opinion there. And then the last performance audit we give is back in November 2020. Measure H was that you had a parcel tax that was also voter approved. And as part of that, we've also been engaged to review those expenditures and make sure that's in line with the what the voters approved on the parcel tax, and we were able to give a clean opinion there that it was in line with what they voted for. So very good results and clean opinions that we were able to issue. So happy to report that. And then the rest of the report is just kind of some financial highlights of the general fund. It's actually one of the schedules in the audit report, and just kind of gives a little breakdown, a comparison of a 3-year trend of revenues, expenditures, and as you can see, both significantly increasing over the years, as well as the financial highlights of the ending fund balance and the reserve, which is on the next 2 slides. And just, again, you can find this on page, I believe it's 80, 81 of the audit report, but this is just a visual representation of that, and you can see the increases in overall ending fund balance, while also the decline of the available reserves, the unrestricted portion of that ending fund balance. And with that, I just want to, again, thank the district office and all the personnel that we worked with. They were very helpful in providing this stuff. We asked for a lot, as they can attest to. We have a whole slew of requests and things, and we can be very demanding, but they were able to give us what we needed and to allow us to do our work and to give the results that we were able to do. So with that, if you have any questions or comments, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Hi, thank you. I was curious, so I don't know if you were here when we had a public comment earlier about a FCMAT report that was issued a couple of months ago, and they had some findings in there specifically related to the way our district does some accounting around special education. And so their findings were different than yours, so I wondered if you could kind of explain why that might be.
Yeah, we were not part of that FCMAT audit. Whenever FCMAT, or those type of audits, they are very much more detailed, and they're going into a lot more details than what the federal government requires us to do at the audit level, thankfully, because it would be quite a big burden for anybody receiving federal monies to do that level of agreement. So, and I would say I haven't read the FCMAT report, but I'm guessing they were looking a lot more at programmatic items, where we're probably more looking at the financial aspects of things. So I'm not familiar exactly with what you said. There may have been some accounting treatment of things. I'm not exact. I can't really speak to what their differences were, but my guess is that they went a lot more further than we were required to do from a federal side.
But that report wasn't shared with you as part of this process?
Not yet. I'm sure it will be as part of next year's audit, because we usually ask for results, but this report was issued prior to, I believe, that being.
Oh, right, 'cause it's closed last year.
Yeah, this is 22, 23, and yeah, we wouldn't have got it yet. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for all your hard work, and just in case you missed it, our CBO is a doctor.
Yeah. I'll have to change the way I address them now.
James or Alicia, anything?
No, just thank you for your hard work, and you know, it's great to see that we're compliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before you go, just not really a question, more of a statement. The way I read this report this year, last year's was pretty clean. This one was even cleaner. And so congratulations to Dr. Mirza and his staff for all the hard work, and thank you for, to me, that's the way I read the report this year.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a special shout out to Joey and the whole fiscal services team, from purchasing to payroll, accounts receivable, the warehouse. It's a huge ordeal undertaking, and to have 0 findings for 22-23 fiscal year is quite impressive. So thank you for all the hard work that team puts in.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mirza. I'll just jump into and thank you for Trustee Rodriguez for making some explicit connections between things that we've heard and comments from the community. I think some of our community members intimated that somehow there was some sort of financial mismanagement, and it's really good to have another outsider from a different perspective demonstrate and articulate that that's not the case. But I think more importantly, in addition to the need to do some additional education of our families, which is something that we're going to do, I really want to laud, as Dr. Mirza was just saying, the professionalism of our staff. We have a lot of staff members here because it is important that the community trust us. It is important that the community understand that we operate with the highest levels of integrity. So it feels good to operate at that level, and just to know for our board, and I know the board knows this, but to reiterate to our community that you are surrounded by people who are the type of people with the type of integrity that if we were to see something, we would say something. If we were to make a mistake, we would admit to it. But also, we are the type of people that seek to not make those kinds of mistakes. They do happen. Every year is a different year, but this was something that we were really proud of, and I think the timing of it was a good one for us.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the report.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Danenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 3, consider resolution 24-06, request to levy an educational parcel tax for the November 24 election. And this is a first read, and I see we have somebody here, so would you like to make any introductions, Dr. Mirza?
Yeah, we have John Isom, our financial advisor. This is a call to election for our parcel tax for the upcoming November ballot. John?
Good evening, members of the board, district administration, and members of the audience here. You've got in front of you a resolution that would call an election to place a parcel tax on the November ballot. This is not anything new for this district, having placed parcel taxes on the ballot in 2012, 2016, and 2020. We engaged in a process the last few months to help assess the feasibility, meaning what's the likelihood if we were to put a similar parcel tax in front of voters again. So we conducted a telephone survey, random sample of your voters to solicit feedback, and the feedback was positive that yes, there was sufficient support for voters to put on an additional parcel tax. What should be noted, and I'm just going to actually just read the 75 words, because the resolution's got all sorts of information in it. Usually it's just legalese. We're directing the county to have an election on behalf of the district. You got to conduct this. We have some oversight. We're going to have audited statements with respect to that. But let me just read the 75 words if I can, because I think that's the most important part for voters to hear. So this is what the ballot language would appear on the ballot in November. To aid in preserving and improving academic programs, including reading, writing, music, art, science, and math, attract and retain qualified teachers, provide updated career technical education programs for career readiness, and maintain school mental health programs, shall Ventura Unified School District's measure be adopted, renewing, emphasis on renewing, its existing parcel tax for 8 years at the same rate of $59 per parcel, raising approximately $2.5 million annually with independent citizens' oversight and all funds spent on local schools. So that's in essence what you have before you, is the resolution that would place another similar parcel tax on the ballot, renewing the old one, the existing one that voters have currently been paying on, the $59, and in so doing with a 2/3 supermajority approval in November, you would have, again, a renewed parcel tax program. And with that, I'll take a pause and answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from the board?
Not so much a question. There's an echo. Okay. The Appendix A lists kind of all the things that the parcel tax could be used for. And I was trying to pull up the original parcel tax that was passed with voters, and I don't know if we have that language, but in the last 2 cycles, we've added a lot of things. So it was initially reduced class size, retain teachers, art and music. And then in the last cycle, CTE was added, and I think something else. And then in this cycle, we're proposing adding something, mental health, and something else, right? There's, is it just mental health? No, because, well, but also core academic programs, which wasn't in the original one.
Just jumping in real quickly, I have this side by side. Unfortunately, we can't put these up, but let me just call attention to the things that are identical from the previous resolution. And
I'm not actually asking about the previous one, but
the 2 ago. Okay.
3 ago, the original one.
Oh, okay.
So I guess my concern is that we keep adding to, it's a sort of a kitchen sink of things now. And I think in order not only to be honest with our values to the voters, but also to make sure that we are targeting our resources, I would love to see us narrow that list to our actual priorities. Because I think the reason this is, includes almost everything is to allow the district maximum flexibility, and I understand the value of that. But if we're going specifically to voters at a time when we've just asked them for a ton of money, I would like to see us be very direct with why we need this.
Other questions?
I agree with Sabrina. I'd love for us to, and that was my question too, how are we going to communicate with voters, like exactly what this money is very specifically going to, especially since this is the 4th time we're asking. And there's also going to be several other parcel tax on the ballot. I know the county is doing one. I think the college may be doing one. So, I know that the voters want to support us, but I just, in full transparency, how are we going to that information out?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the issue. We know we're asking the public back to back for money. I do like the fact that we have a wide range of things we could do with it as far as asking the voters for it. Gives us a lot of leeway on how to, use that money to the best to support our students. At the same time, we got to balance, we got to really define what we're going to be doing for the, to minimize it, to say these are the priorities of our district, and this is what this money is going to be used to. So, I'm on both sides of that. I like the versatility given to us because we could use that in so many different ways and support so many different students. But at the same time, would Ventura Unified District boundary, everyone that lives in it, would they think that we're just trying to get everything in the kitchen sink? So,
so I actually look at it a little different. I think putting it in the fine print that it could be used. I think the better to communicate with the public is to communicate what we did use it for. So I don't necessarily think it's bad to have other programs that it can be used for, but if we actually emphasize that we're just using it for these things, and in case of emergency, we might need to use it for this stuff. But if we have a campaign to the public of here's where your money went, and it was targeted to our priorities, I think it would be better served. But I don't disagree with having it communicated just in case we need to use it for something else. But if we just let the public know that here is where the majority of your money went, I think that we can do both.
So for that same reason, I attended the last parcel tax meeting because I was curious, right? And so even though CTE, for instance, was in the last parcel tax, we haven't used money for CTE. We moved the positions that had been in the parcel tax into the general fund. So we aren't using it for class size reduction anymore, right? And again, it's not because I don't want to see us have flexibility, but I think we have to be very clear about what our priorities are and then use it for what we tell the community we're going to use it for.
Well, just so I have my 2 cents in, I tend to agree with Calvin that I think it's having the flexibility. The question I would have for John is, what is our drop-dead timeline for putting this, approving a resolution?
July 1.
July 1? Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Oh, if I may, and I don't represent that this is the final, but there is a source out there, EdData, that does a summary of every bond and parcel tax initiative. So in looking that up and looking back to the 2012, again, it's not the resolution, but it's probably pretty close. What is absent from here that was asked back there, you had mentioned one, avoiding increased class sizes, and the other is funding computer technology. So I think those 2 things are no longer a priority, certainly with declining birth rates and enrollment being down the way that it is. And other sources for technology, and then I think some of these other programs have been used to replace it.
Also, I think it's going to be absolutely key going in the future to have that flexibility. I understand the need to be really specific, but we have to remind ourselves that our fiscal outlook for the state governor's budget may revise is not looking good, along with ESSER funds that are coming to an end, and there's a lot of mental health positions. I think that's why we intentionally put mental health school programs in here, because that funding is coming to an end. And that is why I prefer the flexibility in here, because it allows for a lot.
And to be clear, I'm sorry, I'm not against including mental health in there, but I think when you just keep adding and not taking things away, that's what I have issue with, right? So I 100% support the inclusion of mental health services in this, and I think, you know, what I would like to see us do is actually spend more time on a conversation around what are the values that we want to make sure are represented for the next 4 years in this, so that then we can say with 100%, like, you know, I don't know, passion and sort of integrity, like, this is what we need, this is why we need it, this is why it matters, right? Because if it's everything, it's a lot harder to nail down that conversation and say, this is why this is going to make a critical difference for our community's children. And that's the hard part for me in this.
Well, making history again, I've never done this before, but I'd like to bring this back as a second read. So that's history. So, you know, because if it's something that half the board thinks we need to talk about again, I think it's worth bringing it back so that we can spend time to talk about it.
I would assume the rest of the board agrees with that. Yep.
We do have one public comment tonight on this item.
Okay, let's hear the public comment this
And
time.
then I'll have a couple comments, because there's some things that were said I think we need to just bring in together real quickly as well.
So the public comment tonight is Ina Holiday.
Good evening. My name is Ina, and I am a parent of students in the district. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about action item on the agenda 14B3. I understand that the proposal for a temporary education parcel tax will most likely be placed on the November ballot for voters to vote on. I remember when this proposal for a temporary tax was first placed on the ballot and approved by voters in 2012. It was supposed to be a temporary tax for only 4 years. Then the same temporary tax proposal was placed on the next ballot, and voters again voted to approve it in 2016. This was also supposed to be for only 4 years. Then the same proposal was placed on the 2020 ballot, and voters again voted to approve it. This was also supposed to be for only 4 years. Now we have had a temporary 4-year education parcel tax for 12 years, and the board's resolution number 24-06 is asking for an education parcel tax not for 4 years, but for 8 years. This temporary tax is turning into a permanent tax. We have been taxed more and more. With how poorly the economy is doing and with staggering inflation, my family has definitely been affected. Asking homeowners for more money is not an appropriate solution to funding education. Our property taxes keep increasing. California already spends on average over $16,000 per student on education each school year. Instead of asking for more money, schools should be using the funds they have frugally, especially a school district like VUSD that has declining enrollment. Us homeowners have to live within our means, so should the schools. Many voters do not look into the proposed measures on the ballots to understand exactly what is included. Busy families are juggling work, school, after-school activities, and trying to make ends meet on a daily basis. Therefore, it is understandable why many people are uneducated about the measures on the ballots. If a measure is proposed as a temporary tax, like all of the education parcel taxes that were on the previous ballots, voters will think it is only supposed to be temporary. If a measure is supposed to be temporary, then why has the education parcel tax repeatedly been placed on the ballot? It should have been for only the first instance. Since it has been placed on the ballot over and over, it leads me to think that we voters have been intentionally misled into thinking this is a temporary tax, so that we are more likely to vote for it. We are tired of the overspending and being misled by our government selling us a permanent tax under the guise of a temporary tax. We are done with being financially squeezed. My family's well-being is at stake. I ask that voters please educate themselves about the proposed education parcel tax and understand that it is a burden during these difficult times. I also ask that the board be transparent with the voters and stop calling this education parcel tax a temporary tax. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Castro?
Well, first of all, thank you for all the feedback and the comments. I think although we can bring this back for a second read, I think this is a really good opportunity for us to get some feedback in terms of what comes back for a second read. So just, I know, Trustee Rodriguez, your initial question was not as a compare and contrast between the last one and this proposed parcel tax. So I just want to bring attention to this concept of, are we adding more and more, when in fact between the last ballot and this proposed ballot, there's actually less. And so I just want to do a quick compare and contrast. So the things that are the same, if you look at Exhibit A, the things that are the same are the first bullet point, the fund core academic programs. That statement remains the same and unchanged. The attract and retain highly qualified teachers and school employees is unique from the last version, because again, I'm trying to, one of the things I'm going to be asking you for will be, as you said, part of this is a prioritizing, not just for the board, but also for the community. It would be helpful for staff to hear those things that you would think you would want to remove, even though we have one less bullet point on this version than we did the previous version. So the provide updated career technical education is the same. Maintain school mental health programs is new. That was not on the previous language. Help preserve arts and music instruction was on the previous ballot. Reduce the impact of possible state budget cuts was on the previous ballot. Protect the taxpayer investment in education and ensure district accountability was on the previous ballot too. So what's new and added is the mental health. There were a couple of changes. There was a conversation about, in the previous ballot, it indicated that we would minimize class size increases. So you don't see that on the current language. And then there would be the maintain up-to-date instructional materials for students. That also has been removed from this current language. So in terms of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bullet points that we have here, do you have any recommendations for staff in terms of what we should pull off of this current language, proposed language? And then the other thing too, if I could just invite John to the microphone again, because I think these two things are connected. There are conversations happening about what we owe to the voters. This is the transparency that we owe to the voters. So any additional transparency, the voters will have the opportunity, as they have in the past, to approve this based on what is on the ballot language. So we're not, we're talking about what they will receive, correct, on the ballot language. John, is that correct?
Correct. And in fact, this is actually above and beyond what is owed to voters. All that is owed to voters under 2/3 special taxes is the 75 words that I read. But this is kind of above and beyond the belt and suspenders. I think it's the right thing to do. It actually follows school bond law that requires a detailed project list. So I think it's appropriate to give a little bit more detail. But you could be even more detailed should you choose. This doesn't show up on the ballot, but it shows up on the sample ballot in the packet that voters get.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing to consider, in addition to staff seeking some additional direction, would be just to remind the board that in the previous presentation, Mr. Eisen provided some detailed, kind of like sampling information of likely voters on this issue. And by and large, with the language that was tested, voters would support the initiative as it's currently constructed. So that just again, is if we're thinking about potential voters, they have demonstrated a willingness to support parcel taxes. And when it comes to the current language that we're proposing, that level of support that's been demonstrated over a couple of generations, or a generation at least, seems to continue to be on the horizon. So just wanted to leave those thoughts for you, and also to provide any recommendations or direction to the staff before we leave this item.
And just for informational purposes, we just got back from coast to coast in Washington, D.C., so I'm kind of armed with a lot of statistics that I didn't know before I went there. And as far as the top 10 on states that spend money on their student, New York is number 1 at $25,000. Connecticut is number 2 at $20,000. New Jersey is number 3 at $20,000. Alaska, $19,000. New Hampshire, $18,000. Rhode Island, $17,000. Massachusetts, $17,000. Wyoming, $17,000. Hawaii, $16,000. And Delaware. So we don't even make the top 10. So we do ask for help because we're educating the students in our community. So it's money well spent, but we're nowhere near the top. So we obviously have a lot of work to do.
Just a quick question for John. The notion, just because of our speaker, I just wanted to make sure I understand this. The reason they're called temporary is because the voters can vote not to have it, right? And I mean, that's the reason it would be considered temporary?
I actually don't know why the term temporary got thrown around. I don't think that shows up anywhere. Any special tax that is offered up for the voters must include a duration, a tax rate, and specificity on projects. So some districts it's 2 years, some it's 4, some there's no sunset, some have a CPI index, increase. So each special tax is on its own. So you go to the voters, you say, would you approve this? They say yes or no. And if it gets approved, should you choose to go back to the voters, you could elect to go back to the voters, or you could elect not to. But I'm not saying there's a temporary is in there. I never represented as temporary, so just to provide that clarification.
Quick question. For the mental health, Dr. Castro, can you explain that a little bit more? I know we talk about it a lot, but it's for the public.
Absolutely. Thank you for that prompt. I want to go back to earlier statements about the board priorities. It's been clear over the last few years, one of the need of the continued need for support are students related to mental health programs. That support has been demonstrated in a variety of ways: hiring clinicians, maintaining elementary counselors, expansion of our wellness centers into middle school and wellness counselors to go with them. So there is a demonstrated commitment in our community to improved access to mental health care broadly. What is changing on the horizon, and this is what Dr. Mirza was alluding to, the funding sources for those are being reduced. So the board is aware that public health had a reduction in their funding, so we've received the reduction in that funding. We've placed several of those, I'm just going to say broadly, mental health providers in the ESSER funds. Those ESSER funds are going away, so we're moving them into the LREBG funds, which we will have for a couple of years. So what we have here is what we staff understands is a clear commitment to the mental wellness of our students. That's been demonstrated over multiple years through our budgeting process and identifying those positions and moving them into available sources. However, what's on the horizon is we know right now that LREBG will last approximately 2 years, and at that point, within our general funds, we do not have currently the ability to maintain the higher level of mental health services as we currently provide. That isn't to say that other decisions 2 years from now wouldn't be made. They would need to be made, but we certainly would be in a position where we would be potentially making decisions about conflicting values. Not to say that one isn't a priority, but to say, well, we have X number of dollars to spread across multiple priorities. And so going back to this concept of flexibility, one of the things that tested well with potential voters on this issue was this topic, and it would just provide the flexibility to the board in order to be able to maintain those programs, again, should the parcel tax pass.
And I just want to add on top of that, so that's the mental health piece, but the other programs that this parcel tax currently funds, with this funding ending, unless there's another parcel tax, those programs will either need to come to an end or will be, back into the general fund.
Okay, Dr. Castro has asked for some direction of what we might reduce off this list. Is there any conversation anybody wants to have about what you think need to come off this list to get that more precise list that you're looking for?
I mean, I think it would be nice, we haven't had the parcel tax report yet, but it would be great to have the parcel tax report to see what have we actually used this parcel tax for the last 4 years, to have kind of a guide of what have we done and, you know, what does that look like going forward?
Yes, we can absolutely bring that forward. One thing, it's impossible to have like an apples to apples comparison, right? Because over the last 4 years, we saw this with multiple funding sources. We were using a term that we've been using for the last few years is kind of like the strategic deferment, where because of COVID, one, we were unable to spend down dedicated funding sources. I'm just going to use one that the board is really familiar with, Title I. And we were using one-time funds from the state and federal government really strategically to extend the life of other funding sources. So consequently, it would be a real challenge to say, let's look back over these previous 3 to 4 years to determine how we would spend the money. I think we absolutely will prepare that, but I don't think that will be necessarily as indicative of how we would spend the money, because we do know how we will spend the money, and we can take a look at our current funding, like how is ESSER being used, which positions are currently in ALRE BG, and then we can also take a look at what's changed since we have Prop 28. Like, there are a lot of factors that have changed since the last time a parcel tax was passed. So again, those are different economic conditions going forward.
What about, since it was brought up from the original parcel tax, what about the difference from the original parcel tax, the stuff that we've added this time, the difference of where the stuff that we've added, where was the money coming from before? That might help to see if, you know, I mean, that's something that I think that can be done, since from the original parcel tax to this one, just the new items, where the funding was coming from and why we think we need it to be used parcel tax funds.
So I was able to find it, and so it's, the original one was maintain academic programs, including reading, writing, science and math, fund computer technology, music and the arts, and retain highly qualified teachers, minimizing class size increases. So that was the original one. And then Measure R was some of the same, but also added in professional development, and expanding basic courses for students, and then last go round, career technical education was added, which I don't believe we've actually used it for, and there are additional funding sources available for career technical education. And some of this I feel like is just kind of, it seems like language just designed to make it attractive, but I don't know how we would actually use it. Like, attract and retain highly qualified teachers. I mean, that to me is nice language, but we don't use the money that way, right? So what I would love to see us move towards is some more transparency around what is it that this would actually add, right? Like, I know that we have data on what do voters like, but I think we have to balance that with what is it we actually need and will do.
That's really helpful. So, for example, the attract and retain highly qualified teachers and school employees, if something were to be removed, that would be really helpful. The other piece would be, would we want to add back in then a minimum, like minimize class size? Because as we've talked about in different venues, we've talked about like things like special education and co-teaching. That is a reduced class size. When we split what would have been 12 kids or 20 kids and put them in 2, or we support an extra teacher being in the classroom, you are, by definition, minimizing class size ratios. So if that were a direction that we were to have, that would make a lot of sense. And I think that that's really helpful. In terms of the career technical education, yes, we just had our special board meeting on CTE. You saw that we had multiple funding sources for an array of programs. What's also true, and this goes back to the general issue, we have continued to expand CTE courses, and those courses are general funded. And so we, on the horizon, will be in a position to question, can we continue to sustain the expansion that we've experienced over the last few years? Dr. Bayless, was there anything you wanted to add there?
I was just going to offer that, remember when we staff in secondary, that's where our CTE courses are. They're just in our high schools, and we staff at a ratio of 35-1. I would say certainly the majority of our CTE classes are enrolled under that ratio. So that's important for us to consider. There is some threshold point at which once they become lower enrolled, we'd still want to keep them, but they become a major drain on basic general fund staffing. And so I would envision a time when having that flexibility or that option would be important.
You want to go? Oh, just real quick. Just that language about decreasing class sizes. I can't tell you how many conversations I had about people with declining enrollment saying, oh, well, classes are going to be smaller, right? No. It kind of tends to go the opposite. So just something like that would be, I would like to test that. I don't know if there is a way, because we have July 1st coming up. Because every conversation I ever had was declining enrollment, smaller class sizes, and so it all works out. You know, so there's a misconception there.
I think to attract and retain highly qualified teachers and school employees is a given. I think, yeah, that's what make people, they vote, but anything we do, any $1, $2, $3, anything we get extra would attract people from the outside. So I don't see how you could actually take that out, because any money they give us is providing us money to pay teachers and to attract people to come to our district. So I actually think that's a very important line to keep in there, because I think that's what most of the taxpayers are looking at. Is like, of course, I live in a community, I want to attract the best teachers that we can. So I actually think that's a very important line.
And that line would also give you flexibility where if there were certain positions that were certificated or classified that were funded outside of mental health that were funded by the ESSER positions, it'll give them some flexibility to have that funding available in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mirza. I'll add to that, and this is why it's this is why I was seeking a little bit more feedback now, so that way we know how to bring it back to demonstrate how each of these lines, how it could have a potential impact. So let's just talk about the recruit part. Some positions would disappear without this funding. And so with this funding, we get to recruit teachers to fill positions that otherwise we would not be able to fill without the parcel tax. Second, the teachers that have been able to have I'm going to call it extra, but to the teacher it's not extra. The things that we say, we want all these extra materials, we want extra instruments, we want uniforms, and we say, great, we can put that in the parcel tax. That brings a level of satisfaction and reward to creativity and hard work that otherwise there would be a very different conversation about, can we continue to fund those things, and if so, where does it come from, and at the expense of what? And that fits into, in my opinion, in the retention of our employees, because creative people who are hardworking, who want to do good things for their students and their community, they want to create. And so part of the retention of those types of employees comes from having the ability to give them some flexibility into the types of programs that they either need to create or that they maintain. So that, again, that line about attracting and retaining qualified teachers, employees, there is absolutely a way for us to share how that happens, but it isn't certainly like we can point to this helped us attract these 5 people or this helped us retain these 7 people, but there is a quality and culture to, especially in Ventura, what people have come to expect because we've had the parcel tax for so many years.
Any other direction for Dr. Castro and the staff? Okay, at this point, I guess we'll move on to the next item, and I hope you got something that will help you.
A little bit, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 4, request approval of contracts exceeding $25,000.
Requesting a break. They requested a
Okay. Okay, I guess we're going to have a quick break. 8 o'clock. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back. Item number 4, a request to approve contracts exceeding $25,000. Any questions by members of the board about any of the items on the list? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Next, we have a series of contracts for bid approval. So award contract E1224 Portello fencing replacement. This is a first read, but we can't approve it at this point in time. The bid would be going to Adrian Arlan, thank you, construction company in the amount of $998,300. Any questions by the board?
Not so much a question, but just a comment, because we're going to be moving into a lot of these now as a result of the bond. I think it would be very nice if we could have some additional information for the public included in these items. I received questions from members of the public about particularly the fencing, because we all know that that's an issue that comes up. And this fence, for instance, doesn't say what it's going to look like, how much of the fence is being replaced, right? So I think in the interest of transparency, if we can figure out a way to not overly burden staff, but include more information. I did look at, for instance, Santa Barbara Unified includes their bid as an attachment, so you can actually just pull up the actual bid, which says what they're going to be doing. So, but other than that, I have no questions.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Dr. Dannenberg, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. We have 2 public comments on this
Okay.
item. So the first person I have is Joshua Mandrano, and then followed by Steve Calderon.
Well, hello again, board. It's good to see everybody. Joshua Medrano. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I do not envy you in these meetings. It is quite a bit of information to take on, and really appreciate your time to listen to all of us, at least give public comment. I am here just to shed some light. We understand that this is bond money. We understand that we're in the middle of a PLA, but would like to encourage all of you moving forward that any of these projects that could potentially be considered for the project labor agreement, which we have an ad hoc committee for, which we have been told we are going to move forward with negotiations, that any of the projects that are on that bond project moving forward, on that funding that is going to be considered for the project labor agreement, not move forward until the project labor agreement is fully executed and negotiated. You are not taking opportunity away from the building trades. You're actually taking away opportunity of the members of our community, because I want to remind you, this is not a union, non-union thing. The reason we have a project labor agreement is because that is the only mechanism that is utilized in order to assure local hire provisions. So if we continue to move forward with these projects that are attached to the bond with the understanding that there should be negotiations taking place, and that's why the ad hoc committee was brought to the forefront in order to address some of these items that we feel as the trades, as stewards of the community and labor, that you are putting the cart before the horse. So just humble recommendation, pump the brakes a little bit, continue moving forward with what you had already said you were going to be doing, go through with negotiations, and then present everything for final approval. That way, this board guarantees local hire provisions. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Calderon.
Good evening. My name is Steve Coldarn. I'm a representative of the Operating Engineers Local 12. We're one of the many trade unions that are affiliated with the Tri-Counties. I just wanted to speak broadly on these action items B5 through B11, which is comprised of several, renovation projects throughout the district. The sum total of these projects is over $6 million. Kind of what Josh was touching on, before letting these projects out, I respectfully ask the board to be cognizant of these negotiations that are coming up with the Tri-Counties. Just like what Josh said, it serves as the only mechanism that allows local hire. So, and it really helps bolster and strengthen the middle class and keeps our workers local. So, with this Measure E money, and like I said, the $6 million that's about to be let out, I'm assuming at least soon, I'd like to see, our local tradesmen and women have that opportunity to be a part of that. So thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're on. See, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, like, I understand some of the public comments, but if I'm not mistaken, some of this stuff is time sensitive, and with school ending and students not being in classrooms, sometimes if we wait on certain projects, I believe it creates a whole nother year before it can be done, I believe. So I definitely understand some of the concern. But if you see some of this stuff, fencing is a safety concern, roofing is a safety concern. Some stuff, in my 20% opinion, we can't wait because it's either safety, it's something that's going to protect our kids, or it might be the time frame, since we're coming up on summer, that we need to do it within that time frame. But I do understand the concern about the PLA.
I guess my question is, with these bids, do we have any information on the companies that we're going to be hiring? Because I know that was part of the CWA discussion, was there's a strong emphasis on local hire. It just doesn't seem like there's, without having to look up every single company, there's a lot of information that it would have been nice to have.
So, Assam, before you comment and maybe ask Ryan to come up to provide some information, first, we need to just make sure we're going one action item at a time. So just a quick reminder. Also, the board, just to summarize where we are in the process, the ad hoc committee was formed. The ad hoc committee has met, is going to meet again very, very quickly, in fact, this week. The staff heard the board's recommendations in terms of a preference for local hire. That will also need to be negotiated, but we did hear the recommendations from the board that, again, these things are hypothetical. If agreement could be reached on a CWA PLA, that local hire would need to be a provision that was considered.
Yeah, and Ryan is our current bond manager. He could come to speak to the process of the bidding and actually give you some background information on these companies. And on top of that, these are all projects slated for this summer. So that is, you guys have seen the rains. You've seen the fencing here at Portola is currently in rotting condition. These things need to move forward. Negotiations will come.
Yeah, I'll just add, again, just as I was sharing with the board, we're going to go item by item, just procedurally. So if you can we'll just go item by item. Is there a question? So the first one, right now we're on item 5, correct? Yeah, correct. So we're on item 5. So what can you share with the board about item 5?
Which is Artelon. Yeah, so they are located in Ventura County out of Westlake. They were unfortunately the only bidder to bid the project, but fencing typically doesn't attract a lot of general contractors. So, we're happy with the bid, but again, it's a safety concern because the existing fencing is currently rusted out, and it needs to be replaced ASAP. Thank you. So it's replaced in kind. We're not adding any fencing to the existing fence lines, just replace in kind throughout the campus.
A move to approve.
Do we have other questions first?
Cool.
So is this replacing the exact same fencing as same material, same design?
Yes. Yeah, currently it's like a wrought iron fence. The only thing we're doing is it's called a we're just adding an additional rail just because it looks a little bit better, but it's essentially the same thing, replace in kind.
And did I hear you say that we're replacing all of the fencing or just the fencing that's damaged?
It's all damaged. Yeah, so.
Including the chain link that goes around the back of the fence?
Outside of the chain link that's backside next to the nursery, all the way from the gate, the big gate, the 20-foot swing gate, all the way to the trash enclosure. So around kindergarten, down Eagle.
Any other questions? Now I'll accept a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
And do we have a second?
I'll second, but really only because it's time sensitive, because I would like to have more additional information around this. And I think the board was really clear about, some of the direction, so I would like to follow that.
So we hear that and we'll provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 6, award contract E1-24 Atlas Classroom Renovations. And the lowest responsible bidder was EJS Construction. What can you tell us about them?
EJS is out of Carpinteria. They do a lot of local public works inside Ventura County. This project is necessary because Atlas is going to a K through 8. So these 2 room renovations will be for the 8th grade classes. Again, if it's not done this summer, then we put that Atlas school in a position where we shouldn't put them in, quite frankly.
I have a question. The previous company, Artelon, that we just awarded the bid to, right, on this one, they're almost twice as expensive as the other company. So when you look at those, because I don't bid these kind of jobs, right, like, it makes me wonder, I mean, just if we're getting a good deal on the first one, right? Like, if they're almost twice as expensive as the winning bidder, I guess it just begs the question. Now, maybe it's not a linear relationship, right? Like, but it does make me wonder about these kind of processes and whether we're ahead of it enough so that we can, if we don't get a good bid, we can put it out again, or, figure these things out so that we're not on a timeline where if we don't pass it tonight, it's not going to happen this summer.
We certainly rebid. That's an option that the district has. It usually doesn't behoove of us due to construction costs not going down. Labor costs go up every year with prevailing wages. So traditionally, you don't see contracts reduce in cost. Again, fencing's kind of an outlier. It doesn't attract a lot of general contractors. If you look through other districts, they attract 1, 2, maybe 3 general contractors, and just kind of the way it's going right now in the climate. I don't know why that is, but it is.
Isn't there a guide or something that I remember when we were talking about spending the money on a bond, and I thought someone brought up that there is actually a guide that we use, because we're talking about cost and how we know we're getting a good deal. And I seem to remember that there was some type of guide that we use to say, even if we only have one bidder, is it in line with what we should be spending?
The engineer's estimate. Engineer's cost estimate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can have the engineers. Do we always use it, or no?
That's our.
Depending on the law, I mean, so the architects do provide an engineer's estimate. It comes at an additional expense. So depending on the scope of the work, it can be anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000, $15,000, $20,000.
Okay.
They have to outsource that to basically a company that does takeoffs and uses local pricing and provides their own estimate, which is an engineer's estimate.
Because her gauge, that's how I gauge also when I do just my own work. If one company gives me an outrageous bid, I think every bid they give me is outrageous. So that's why I'm along that same, I'm along the same.
So and the danger for putting it out for rebid could be if you go back out for bid and only get the one bidder, and they could always come back a little bit higher, because they could come back and say, okay, well, you didn't accept my 998,000. Let's come back at 1.5, knowing that we didn't get any additional bids, and then we'd be stuck.
It's an interesting game of the public works and the way everything's bid, and in the case for this fencing project, there's only 2 people at the mandatory job walk. So the contractors know they're bidding against one other person. We can't control that. We advertise, I make phone calls to contractors trying to get as much support and a competitive bid as possible. I don't believe this bid is way out of line at all, but construction cost is expensive. It just is. These numbers seem extreme, but they're right in line. And I can explain the Atlas room renovation. The Portola project bid before Atlas. So Artelon secured an almost $1 million contract. If they're gonna go and get more work, they wanna make more money. So it doesn't hurt to throw a bid out there at a high number. If no one bids it, then they just won the $780,000 project, or appear to have won. So that's the games contractors play, and this is part of where we're at. Again, if we feel that something's out of line, we reserve the right to not award or not even present it to the board.
Any additional questions?
You want to go?
Yeah. Because we're talking about the PLA and when that may be negotiated, but then, we have to make these decisions right now. It just kind of feels like we are backed into a corner. And I don't like feeling that because I know that these are time sensitive and these are priorities for the board, safety and fencing, and I understand that, but I feel like I'm backed into a corner, to be quite honest.
I appreciate you expressing that sentiment. I think it'll be important to just kind of wind back the clock. So let's talk about how we got here. And I'll just try and be very general, since we are talking about the awarding of one contract, right? But how we got here was the district had engaged full-heartedly in early negotiations with the original PLA CWA process that was brought before the board. The board did not take action on that. And we then subsequently, after multiple meetings, received additional direction from the board. Asan and his team engaged the community at the direction of the board to make sure that if we were to re-engage in negotiations, that it was done with a broader understanding of the CWA PLA process. We took direction from you. We immediately re-engaged attorneys on that issue. The ad hoc committee has met. The ad hoc committee will be meeting again. So I want to make sure that I'm assuring you, but also assuring the public. The district was in no way slowing down any process, and I think that's really important. That the board acted when the original contract was brought up, chose not to. The action was choosing not to act on that. So we are here because there was no action taken, and the staff was given direction to re-engage in this process. So I think it's important to note that we are all operating in good faith. So that's broadly. And now let's talk about what this particular renovation means. Right now we are looking at a bid for $444,000, and this enables us to be able to make sure that for next school year we can expand the Atlas school so that way they can have an 8th grade classroom. There's a lot that goes into that. I've communicated at least once with the board in terms of some of the real things that happen with staff, like staff want to know, where am I going to be? We have to help them move. We have to make sure that the teachers are okay in terms of where they're going to be and how that's going to look. All of that stuff needs to happen. But in terms of feeling forced, I can't share how one should feel, but I think it's important to note that everything that has aligned to get us here has been very deliberate, and the board has chosen to take action or chosen to use inaction really purposefully, and we've all engaged in these processes in a really forthright way. So I don't know if that helps alleviate feeling like we're somehow not honoring some agreements. We have absolutely honored our agreements. We have absolutely engaged in the past in good faith. We continue to engage in good faith, and those are all tentative processes. But the one thing that isn't tentative at all is that we have hard stops and hard starts to the next school year. And so what the board has here, and again, I'm trying to honor my own direction to staff, is the question is, can we take action on this issue to make sure that Atlas has an 8th grade classroom, and we can communicate to those families that they will have a classroom, and we don't have to stop all the routine processes of matriculating the 7th grade class to the 8th grade class, so they have a full 8th grade experience. So that's part of this today.
Can I ask real quick? You spoke about the timeline. The board did not take action, but then there was a great length of time. Was it 6 months to 9 months until we came back to this concept of the PLA? We did a lot then, but can you explain why it took so long to get back to addressing the bond?
Yes, I think. I mean, I don't want to rehash. We had engaged in good faith. There was a lack of response from the trades for a period of time that slowed down the process. What I don't want to do is make that statement somehow misrepresent their level of engagement and genuine desire to determine whether or not these current negotiations could take place. I think everyone is operating in good faith. I want
to know as a district, why didn't we address the bond, how the money's going to be spent for that 9 months? I don't know how many months it was. It felt like a year.
Oh, okay.
That's what I want to know. Why didn't we come back to it immediately?
I see where you're going. If the board remembers, we've had multiple conversations related to the bond implementation plan. And so we wanted to make sure that your direction, similar to the conversation with the parcel tax, that there's a piece of values in there. It took us a couple of attempts to make sure that staff truly understood the prioritization in that bond implementation plan. Immediately, as soon as the board had reached consensus on the last bond implementation plan, we did not wait. We moved forward immediately. And so now what you have is the manifestation of that. So we've honored those requirements, we've gone out to bid, and so now this is that next evolution of the actual implementation of the bond. Thank you for asking that question.
Any other questions? Then I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 7, contract, award of contract E18-24 Elmhurst Elementary School Roofing Project.
So the scope of work for this project is to essentially remove all the roofing throughout the campus and re-roof it. For the contractors, the next 4 bids are kind of unique, where we chose Garland Roofing as our supplier and manufacturer of the roofing materials. in our bid specifications, and part of Garland's requirements is in order for a contractor to bid these projects and install these Garland roofing systems, they have to be pre-certified by Garland. So it really narrows down.
I think I want to help out Dr. Castro because he's getting fidgety over there. Anytime you talk about, we have to talk about only, you said
Okay.
the next four, we only have to talk about the subject
Okay.
that we're on. I know he was fidgeting, I know he didn't want to interrupt you, so I thought I'll help him out. So every time we, when we're on that,
Sure.
we only can talk about
Okay, so
that
for
action.
this, for Elmhurst Elementary.
Yes.
So the contractors have to be pre-qualified and pre-certified by Garland in order to install Garland products. So it narrows down the contracting pool, but it ensures that whoever the contractor is installs the system correctly and to the level of quality that Garland expects. So none of these contractors, and for the most part, there's not a whole lot of local roofing contractors, but they're not local.
How long is the warranty for with Garland on the roofs?
Depending on the system, whether it's shingles or what system we're installing, but 25 to 30 years. And Garland essentially owns the roof. So during that manufacturer warranty period, anything leak-wise or were to happen, they come out and fix it themselves.
And in order to get that warranty, we have to use a installer that's approved to install
Yes.
the product.
Yes.
And these were 4 companies that were, or 5, not 4.
4 for, yeah,
Yeah.
for this bid.
That would be, okay, that would be insured.
And the motion would be to approve best contracting services for $1,188,000. Any other questions?
Where is Best? Where are they located?
At the top of my head, I don't know.
Orange County.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll accept a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item number 8, award contract C1-25 for EP Foster Annex window replacement to Center Glass for $284,000.
I'll move approval. This is a local Ventura company.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 9, award contract E1924 Juana Maria Elementary School roof replacement. And again, this would be best for $1,112,000. Any questions by the board?
Those will be just a continuation, yeah. Correct. And they'll be, okay. Do they, so we're gonna be, I'm so sorry, we're gonna be using on multiple sites. They're gonna be able to do all that in this summertime, this short.
Contracting is a fairly large contracting. They're primarily, all they do is roofing, but they're fairly large.
And they've said that we can do all these roofs.
I've seen
during
them
the summer.
I've seen them do 20 roofing systems
Just wanna make sure. Thank
throughout campuses in this county.
you. Okay.
Yeah, they're big. We insured through Garland that.
That they'll get done.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 10, award contract E20-24 Montalvo Elementary School roof replacement. And could somebody clarify, since we had a change in the agenda, who it would be going to and the amount, please?
Yeah, it would be going to ACO Roofing at $1,054,000.
Okay, so it was the number that was the...
Yes.
Okay.
So they couldn't give us a deal, huh?
Yeah, that's the exact question I was going to say. So we're giving them like $4 million and they couldn't meet that bid. We're already giving the...
It's the gamesmanship of the bidding process. These all bid in the same day, all within 4 hours. So 11, 12, 1, and 2. So as contractors see the bid results for the first bid, they will go back and start adjusting their number. So ATCO really wanted some roofing jobs, and they came in lower. And that's the type of competitiveness we want to see amongst contractors.
So you're saying on that bid, that actually helped us. We got a lower price because they got so many other bids. Okay.
Based off the past bid results, Best and ATCO were going toe-to-toe.
See, with us, that's a good thing. If you led with that, we'd be like, yeah, go ahead. That's good. You saved us $200,000.
Well, I just want to just add in, there was something that you said that was kind of a little bit quieter, assumption, right? These are things that we assume because of the behavior and patterns of this process, right? But we don't know that. Yeah.
And so where are they from? 80s ATCO, I guess. I'm looking it up.
I did look it up, but actually
Yeah.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm trying to look for it. Oh, Hollywood. At least that's their mailing address. All right.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I guess I'll do it second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dinenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 11, award contract E2124 Lemon Grove Elementary roofing replacement to, again, ADCO for $1,175,000. Any questions? If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Looks like we're really getting a deal on this one, so motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dinenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to action items for educational services. Consideration new course CTE, CAP Urban Sustainable Agriculture Farm Management, Agriculture Economics, and Entrepreneurship. Dr. Bayless, anything you'd like to say about this?
The course needs more words, I think. No, this is a course that's a revision of the CTE pathway at Ventura High School, and just for the sake of the public, I know all of you know this, but CTE courses change probably more frequently than other courses because they're designed to be responsive to local economic needs, to produce the best possible chance for students to be engaged in learning that will end up in high-need, high-wage jobs and certifications. So pleased to bring this to you as a part of an overall CTE pathway overhaul at Ventura High School with their agriculture program.
Any questions for Dr. Bayless? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Danenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
C2, request for consideration of Prop 28 plan revisions.
All right, thank you very much. The goal of this agenda item, we've brought this agenda item to you before in multiple ways, but it's really designed to continue the conversation about Prop 28 with the board in full view of the public. First, because of course the arts are really important for this community. Second, it's really important for the board. And also that the staff and the board are learning together about how we're going to implement Prop 28. So even though it's an action item on the off chance that we got it right with this revision, that we, but it's designed to continue the back and forth so that we are responsive, and also to show that we're being responsive to the board's input as well. So, as I think Trustee Peterson, you noted in one of the last meetings, this is the only time that we get to talk about these things, so that's why it's important that we wanted to bring it to you once again. So, we have, what we need to see is the PowerPoint for this one. Thomas, if you don't mind. Got just a few slides.
Attached to the revised plans. Oh, it's called revised.
Do we not have it?
Just the attachment.
Huh.
It's on the board agenda?
It's on the agenda. We all have it. And I just want to thank Mr. Kranzler for stepping in.
Yes.
For Marianne.
That's right. Pinch hitting. Hey, a baseball.
Who wanted to be here, who is taking care of her family, and Thomas stepped up huge. Thank you for taking care of us. If you were not here, I'm not sure who else would have the bravery to step up and do this. So thank you for stepping up.
I'll introduce more to buy you some more time. So, the attachments that he was showing, these are what we did is we revised the template, and I'll show you some examples of it in the presentation. But we revised the template based on a couple things that we heard from the board. First, we redesigned the template in order to provide an alignment tool for principals to think about the kinds of educational opportunities in the arts that they're providing students if it falls within the domains of our current Arts Master Plan. And I'll be presenting in a few minutes about an update on our process to revise the Arts Master Plan, but we do have a current Arts Master Plan. And an alignment tool for principals to check on their proposed activities if it aligns also to the California Arts Framework. All right. So if we go to that second slide here. So up at the top, you can see this alignment tool. And by the way, there is no requirement on the part of the state that we use a specific template. So the template that we used in the past was just provided by document tracking services. So it's something that we have the ability to change and use to our advantage. So changed it to provide that alignment tool for principals to be able to. Thank you. For principals to be able to check their proposed plans against those 5 domains. So again, dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. And then in the plan description, requiring a little bit more about when and where and to whom the instruction is going. So less sort of free flow paragraphs that might not express the kinds of continuity that I think really truly exists in our plans, but nonetheless. So these are the two changes, the two primary changes in the plan template, and that's what you'll see. So, Thomas, next slide, please. Okay. Based on this, we asked all the principals to revise their plans. And there were some things that, based on this alignment tool, were eliminated because they didn't fall within these things. And an example would be culinary arts. And again, it's not that we don't value culinary arts. It's that it doesn't fall within those 5 frameworks. They would be allowed in the grand scheme of Prop 28. But again, the feedback from the board is let's try to align it with our current vision, which is the Arts Master Plan. And that Arts Master Plan is based on the 5 domains of the California Arts Framework. So that's the distribution of the number of arts initiatives, plans that fall within those 5 domains. And so just again to kind of see the spread there. And back to the culinary arts, and I know Dr. Dawes, is she still here? No, okay. Well, I had a great conversation with her, and she was reminding me that we are adding a lot of culinary arts experiences in ELOP. So it's not that these experiences won't exist. They just won't be a part of Prop 28 funding or constellation, but they'll be in other places. So next slide, Thomas, please. So what I did is I broke out, again, just to see the breadth of what is happening in these 5 domains. And again, they have been changed. I'd say there's probably about, this is an estimate, but maybe about 6 or 7 plans that that change based on this alignment tool. But this is the lay of the land, elementary, middle, and high school. So you can see there that dance, media, music, theater, visual arts, expressed, represented most strongly in visual arts in elementary, music most strongly for middle school, and visual arts most strongly in the high schools. But if we take a look at the next slide, I just want to remind, and we talked about this, but this wasn't a part of a formal presentation last time, the board and the community, that this is layered on top of some existing arts programs that we have funded through our parcel tax program. So we currently have the fantastic Heidi House with all district show choirs, the elementary, middle, and high school Crescendo Notables Company. And we have elementary arts instruction provided, direct service arts TOSAs. That's the fundamentals of visual arts. They're weekly Zooms, and our arts teacher rotates around to the sites. Also, that is true of our elementary music instruction. Heidi House, along with Paul Brown, also does direct service music fundamentals instruction by Zoom and in person. And we also have some other peripheral projects that are sort of geographically based, like on the West Side Harmony Project, et cetera. So those experiences that the principals are proposing with the revised Proposition 28 plans are layered on top of this, and this will continue next year, and likely in the foreseeable future, pending the outcome of parcel tax. So I wanted to provide that background to you. Hopefully you see us getting a little closer to what we're interpreting as your guidance, and we look forward to more guidance. So happy to answer questions that you might have.
Any questions by members of the board?
Well, I know Sabrina's tired of going. She's tired of going first. So I just have a statement to mention that I know I showed some hostility towards Prop 28 last time, but I just want to make sure my hostility wasn't towards the principal's plans. It was the way Prop 28 was written. So I talked to somebody about it, and I explained to him that some of the principals thought that my hostility was toward them at the way they wrote the plan, but it was actually the way the prop was actually written and our involvement in the prop and the way it was written. So I just wanted to mention that. So now Sabrina can go second.
I've spent the whole day trying to think of a better way to say this, so I'm going to apologize in advance. But I feel like this is a step back. These plans provide even less information than the previous plans. So although the alignment is nice, there's no detail. And the fact that it was intentionally restricted to one page, one side, doesn't allow them to tell us anything about what they're doing. So I actually wrote down earlier when Dr. Castro said the important thing is for the community to trust us, when we were talking about the FCMAT report and the audit. And I feel like if I use that lens for this, there's nothing in this that tells me anything about what each school is going to do, right? So if I didn't have the reference point of the previous plans, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't tell me, who, if they're particularly targeting particular groups within the school, if it's during school, after school. Some mention that, most don't. Doesn't say what the particular programs would be. So I feel like the alignment part is valuable, but it kind of came at the expense of the narrative, which is really what tells us what they're going to do, right? So if there's a way to bring those two things together, I think, and I know, like, I know that you're coming at this from a place of not wanting to burden our site leaders because they have so much to do, and like this is another report that they didn't ask to be handed, right? So, but we're going to have this money for a long time. It makes sense to try and get it right? So I would love to see us have more information about kind of what's their goal with the funds? What are they trying to achieve on their campus, and then how are they using the funds to meet that goal, right, within those aligned categories. And I think that's going to be hard to do on one page because, at least initially, we need to know more about that. And I do really appreciate the effort towards alignment, but I felt like there was not enough information on these.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, I would have to agree. After reading an article that the school district was sued essentially because they felt like their Prop 28 funds were not following the law. However, it's wonderful to see that there is some alignment. But if I was a member of the public, and we've been getting tons of emails about Prop 28, there is a need from the community to want to know more about each plan. And I agree, burdening the sites with another report that they have to do is really cumbersome, and it's, especially right now at the end of the year, it's challenging, but, like Sabrina said, this money is going to be with us for a long time, and we need to get it right the first time.
Alicia or Calvin, anything else? So I assume we're bringing this back again with some more detail.
Yep, you'll see it again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We
for the
do have
feedback.
2 public comments on this item.
Okay.
Sheree Eckbert, you're up first, followed by Andrea Kish.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Sheree Egbert. I just want to say, as a voter, I was so excited to vote for Proposition 28. And California State PTA endorsed and promoted this proposition because all the studies show that art and music in schools increase student success beyond the classes themselves. For some kids, that's the only reason they come to school. It gives meaning and beauty to their life, and it's fun. Over 300 parents signed a petition asking for a Master Arts plan, and the school board gave clear direction supporting this idea. However, this plan, and I don't mean to be condescending, but it's a check-the-box plan with no explanation of the plan. I understand that for a principal, this may not be their expertise, but there are templates out there from other school districts. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. The only consistency I see is inconsistency. Some schools have no music at all. Sadly, a family may not know this until it's too late to change. Are you going to advertise that a school has no music or visual arts? Because some of those boxes aren't checked. With all due respect, I don't see a vision or a foundation, and you can't manage what you can't measure. I see a check-the-box form saying it's compliant, but I don't see evidence backing it up. Even if a principal wanted to attach explanations, it says not to add any information on the form. I'm not seeing any goals. For example, like in an IEP, you would have, okay, you'd have a left and a right. By the time a student is 11, they shall have knowledge of art fundamentals, which include ... Like, I'd like to see that. I attach before you a simple page, which is a suggested foundation for elementary school. I'm sure you have something like this, but anyway, maybe this can inform the master plan. It's the fundamentals of design. At least see that vision. And lastly, I get it that you guys have full plates. And so with that, I'm asking you to recognize that families, teachers, community members are valuable assets who are free. We don't cost anything. And we can be helpful contributors. Host a listening session or town hall. taken the ideas, and then we trust you will make the right decisions. I see these ideas when I go onto the West Ed site. It's being done in districts. People understand they won't necessarily get everything they want, but if they have a seat at the table and are part of the decision-making process, I think you're going to get more satisfaction from the community. Transparency. It brings about meaningful transformation, and you have the power to create it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Andrea Kish.
Hello, my name is Andrea Kish, and I have currently two Ventura High School music students. I'm here on behalf of PAM, Parent Advocates for Music, and we were fortunate enough to attend your special board meeting on March 19th to focus on the District Master Arts Plan and to discuss your concerns about Prop 28. And we were very gratified to hear our district leadership taking such a thoughtful approach to properly implementing Proposition 28 and crafting a revised Master Arts Plan. Thank you for listening to the board's concerns and to our perspectives as invested and concerned parents as well. We are, however, somewhat dismayed to review the revised Prop 28 plans being presented at tonight's meeting. We understand here that, according to these revised plans, 5 more schools have added plans to fund music at their school sites, which is great, but there are no details as to what this means. One took music off their plan. The culinary programs, outdoor ed, and agricultural programs appear to have been removed, which is a positive, and we love your emphasis on the 5 arts disciplines discussed in the current Master Arts Plan, which are also, of course, part of the California Arts Standards for the classroom. Many schools have noted the intent to use the funds during the school day, which was something very important to us. Still, it appears that at least 6 schools state they want to use the funding for 0 period or after school. This could be due to so little information being presented in each site's submission, but many schools did not appear to change anything from their initial plan the first time around. These revised plans list no details as to how exactly this funding will be spent other than budgets for materials and X's and boxes. Some schools have 1 box checked, some have all 5, which leads to many questions. We know that Prop 28 is site-based, but we are curious about those sites that pick just 1 discipline to fund. Do they have other funds in place to try to meet the California state standards for the other disciplines? And the schools that have picked all 5, how does the funding break down between all 5 goals? Do these schools have certificated and classified personnel already in mind, which we know is a challenge? We are curious if the hope is to implement these funds before the end of this school year. We still feel it would be a shame to rush into a patchwork plan for implementation, and once we have a revised Master Arts Plan in place, it would be harder to refocus the funds in future years if they are not thoughtfully distributed now. We are so happy to hear that you have hired an arts consultant and look forward to hearing how yesterday's meeting went. We do hope that a representative of our PAM committee will be involved going forward in your Master Arts Plan Committee's meetings this spring and summer. Thank you all for all your work to keep our district on track to utilize current and future arts funding in thoughtful and deliberate ways. Thanks very much.
Okay, we'll be bringing this one back at some point in time in the future.
And Dr. Dannenberg, just before we move on, there have been a few comments about like concerns of adding to principals' plates. I think it's probably not the right framing of the conversation. Like, our principals will do what the community and we need them to do. So I think what you're seeing is the principals being responsive to families being, again, I think there is a lot of obligation that comes with this, but there's a lot of fun and potential that comes with this. So I think there's energy around this. We tend to focus on what isn't completely aligned for good reason, but there's also a lot of positive energy coming from the community about what this is going to create. So I just wanted to keep that in mind, that the principals will take the direction. We will take this back to them. They're used to developing and operating within complex dynamics within their school and potential hope. So I just wanted to take a moment to call attention to that. Our principals will take this feedback. We'll continue to engage, and then we'll take a next iteration. And the comments that we received tonight are really helpful for that. Thank you.
Okay, item number 3, consideration new course, project management. Dr. Bayless.
All right, thank you very much. This is in addition to the middle school course portfolio, specifically for those schools right now, data that has a makerspace and coding kind of pre-CTE pathway. It's not a CTE course because we don't have CTE designated courses in middle school, but it's, for lack of a better phrase, it's not a capstone, but it's sort of the designed to be the final course, project-oriented course in their IDEA Academy, which is a combination of coding and makerspace. So pleased to bring this for you for approval.
Any questions for Dr. Bayless?
No, I think this is great. I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item number 4, consideration of supplemental novels. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. These are all fast-track novels. So again, as a reminder, fast-track novels are ones that don't have to go through a full review by our committee because they're already approved by the California Department of Education. So these titles were reviewed and reviewed for eligibility for fast-track by our supplemental novel adoption committee under the direction of Sarah Gluck-Perez, who I think is still here. Thank you very much, Sarah. And she's done fantastic work, and thanks for the extra time and effort that the committee members take. So these are posted on display, as it says in the item, and awaiting your approval.
Any questions for Dr. Bayless?
I just want to say, and to Dr. Bayless and the whole team, this is, for me, a point of pride in our district, and I think the work that is being done here is really important. When I shared this recently at a community meeting, one of the things I said was, when I was in high school, I read no books about women like me, right? And to know that our students are able to read about stories like theirs is really powerful. And I know this doesn't happen easily, and it's really been led by our teaching staff and giving them voice to bring these things into the classroom and take ownership of the lessons. And so I really appreciate that. And for Sarah and she gathered a ton of information for me, which was really helpful. But I just think this is something our district should be very, very proud of. And I'm happy to make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Action item D, human resources. For certificated personnel, number 1, Ventura Unified School District, VUSD, and Ventura Unified Education Association, VUEA, Memorandum of Understanding for the Buena and Ventura 7-period day. Ms. Wolitz?
Hi, thank you. So this is just one adjustment to the MOU that was previously approved. The number 1, which talked about the timeline and processes, was not in alignment with our site-based decision-making and in our collaboration with our VUA partners. It just made sense to keep that process the same process as is delineated within Article 27. So that is the only change that's being recommended, and it has already been ratified by VUEA.
Questions by the board? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 2, consideration of resolution 24-7, 2024 VUSD Staff Appreciation Week. And Dr. Castro, did you want to make some comments, or do you want me to?
No, go ahead, Dr. Dannenberg.
Okay. I know that we're working so that we're trying to recognize everybody at once. So Ms. Wolowitz, would you like to tell us how this is all working out?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I again wanted to thank our association partners, both VESPA President Carol Peak and VUEA President Sarah McLaughlin, as well as my partner in HR, Ms. Andrea Crouch, for really creating an opportunity for us to thank and appreciate all of our staff members. and to see us all as staff members, both our ESPs and our certificated employees. We all contribute to the education of our students. We are all educators, and that is really important for all of us. So it brings us great pride to present to the board this evening an All-Staff Appreciation Week that creates 2 new celebration days within Ventura Unified School District. The first is VUSD's Education Support Professionals Day, which would be Tuesday, May 7th. And so just really, really proud of that opportunity to help celebrate and have a unique day for our support professionals, our ESPs. They're just such an integral part of our students' experiences, our staff support, and just such valued members. And wanted to give an opportunity for Ms. Crouch to add anything she may want to add.
Yes, thank you. I just echo everything that Gina said, but also wanted to just say how much we really appreciate our partnership with Carol and the collaboration with the VESPA team as we've worked together to come up with a way to really honor and recognize all staff in an inclusive way. And just the openness that we've had with both VESPA and VUA to come up with new ideas, to have a space to brainstorm with one another, think out loud, and just be creative to get to the good stuff of just celebrating one another. And so super excited about the upcoming week and our 2 very special days.
In addition, we have created a new day for our certificated employees as well that is all inclusive. And so just wanted to thank Sarah and her creativity, and just like Ms. Crouch said, just that ability for us to really engage and collaborate and innovate together for the betterment of our employees. And so just really excited to have a new and different way to celebrate everyone.
Any questions for staff?
Not a question. I love this. In the past, we would always read one proclamation and then read the other proclamation. And it just felt so silly because all of our staff work together to support our students and one another, right? Like there is no them or us. It's all us, right? Like, and to know that we're honoring that here, I think is really special. So thank you for the work to bring it together. And, Carol and Sarah, thank you for the collaboration, because all of this really comes from your participation, your leadership, and your, collaboration with your members to make sure that when we do something like this, it's supported and appreciated, and that they see that this is an effort to honor them and bring everyone together. So thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I agree. I echo what Sabrina said, and I'm excited because I'm the PTA president at Loma Vista, and we're currently planning our Teacher Appreciation and Staff Appreciation Week with just fun stuff for the whole first week of May. So it's great, and I'm happy that this is happening. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate this. This is wonderful. Thank you, associations, for being so supportive of the district and so supportive of teachers and ESPs. I think around this time is called March Madness, right? It's not just basketball. It's for us educators, right? And it started in February, and I think it's still going on. So having this is wonderful. I think it's great. It's a great tribute to our educators. And after I saw this, I decided to wear my red Converse here to show my appreciation. So thank you all again. I'm looking forward to those days.
I just enjoy our relationship now because, as you know, when I came in, when I was appointed, the relationship, speaking of the red sneakers, I enjoy this process better than I did a couple of years ago. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dinenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Conference agenda. Items, educational services. Item number 1 we've already done was the African American Parent Council report. Item 2, the discipline positive whatever Project 2 Inspire presentation.
All right, I'd like to invite up the team. Dr. Molinar, back to the microphone.
Again, board, Superintendent Castro, thank you for the opportunity to share about 2 of our parent engagement opportunities that was made possible through LCAP Goal 3, increased parent and community involvement. If you remember at the beginning of the meeting, we had about 50 parents here that were a part of Disciplina Positiva and also Project 2 Inspire. And we're going to start first with Disciplina Positiva, and I invite Maricela Aguilar, who is one of our multilingual progress monitors at the district.
Quiero empezar por agradecer a los padres que cada martes estaban esperando afuera de la cafetería de data, listos para aprender acerca de cómo educar a sus hijos. Tal vez no habían comido, dormido o descansado, pero ahí estaban comprometidos a hacer de ellos unos mejores padres y de sus hijos unos mejores ciudadanos. Humildemente les agradezco por apoyar a sus hijos y les doy gracias por su esfuerzo. So I want to start by thanking the parents and families who waited outside of Data's cafeteria every Tuesday ready to learn about how to educate their children. Perhaps they had not eaten, slept, or rested, but they were committed to gaining better parenting skills and encouraging their children to become better citizens. I humbly thank you for supporting your children. Okay, so I want to talk about Disciplina Positiva. These are parenting workshops. And every family in VUSD was invited. Parents had the opportunity to attend 6 sessions from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Data Middle School. Data's sessions were provided in English and Spanish. We had about 60 to 70 parents attending the sessions, and 53 parents attended 4 to 6 classes and were recognized with a certificate. The Disciplina workshop that parents attended were truly transformative. They facilitated interactive role-playing exercises that forge a strong sense of community. The high level of engagement that I was able to observe during these workshops highlighted our family's commitment to cultivating a supportive environment for their children. These activities not only empower parents with valuable skills, but also strengthen the bond within our school community. Also, Disciplina Positiva gave parents the opportunity to network and continue their professional development by including everyone in a parent group. Parents were invited to participate in additional virtual classes. And I want you to see here how everybody was excited. They were celebrated. They got a certificate. And I want to talk about the comments. So in their comments, parents emphasized the recurring themes of learning effective communication, gaining new skills, and resources to help their children succeed. Their comments also highlight the workshops as valuable and instrumental in promoting healthier dynamics within families. Thank you very much for making this possible and for supporting our communities. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. Primeramente, les quiero agradecer, extender mi gratitud a cada una de las familias que asistieron a Proyecto para Inspirar. Su apoyo inquebrantable nos motiva como distrito a brindarles estos valiosos programas. Apreciamos sinceramente su compromiso con la educación de sus hijos. Muchas gracias. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to each of the families who attended Project to Inspire. Your unwavering support motivates us as a district to provide you with these valuable programs. We sincerely appreciate your commitment to your children's education. Thank you. Project to Inspire is a parent and family engagement program from the California Association for Bilingual Education, also known as CABE, and is focused on working with school districts to provide parents with the best opportunities and resources to help their children succeed in school. So Project to Inspire, please go on to the next slide. Project to Inspire, thank you, provides a series of engaging sessions of high-quality education, resources, and leadership development to all parents. It fosters their dreams, helps them understand how to navigate the U.S. educational system, and builds a supportive environment. Although there was a cap for 25 parents, CABE was able to accommodate the program for our 40 registered parents. After this awareness level, next year, parents will continue to deepen their knowledge by attending the mastery level. The goal of Project to Inspire is to develop a parent leadership team that will provide support to other parents in the Ventura Unified School District. Please, next slide. Some common themes from our parent feedback were the value of learning more about how the educational system works in our country, how to better support their children, and how to advocate for a better quality education for their children. So as you can see, valuable experience, memories that they will take forever, and they were also granted a certificate of participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Claudia is one of our dual language TOSAs at the elementary level, but was also a facilitator at the Project to Inspire meetings. These were just two opportunities funded out of LCAP Goal 3, but we had additional parent and community involvement opportunities, fall and spring series at Cabrillo Middle School, the 7 Habits of Effective Families at Atlas, and then also a Project to Inspire the mastery level, which is the next level at Sheridan Way. Thank you.
And Dr. Mullen, I just wanted to bookend that by emphasizing that these experiences really were a product of a very sincere LCAP process. This is what the parents asked for. It wasn't something that we initially thought of. That the feedback was they wanted this kind of parental professional development, and so we're really pleased to have worked. I think that's one of the truest spirits of that LCAP process, where we get feedback and input about how we can support the goals. And so again, thank you to Claudia and Maricela and Sol for all their hard work.
Before we take questions from the board, Mr. Peterson asked to make a comment.
Yeah, I wanted to apologize to these parents because we should have recognized that we had the AAPC presentation and we moved them up, and we should have moved this up at the same time, I believe. So I just wanted to make sure it was just an oversight. It wasn't, we don't think that your time is any less valuable than any other parent's time. And my second comment is, you know, with English as a second language, I went to a presentation in Spanish to see how it felt to be interpreted to. And you really gotta love your kids to sit, to listen to interpretation, because you always seem like you're a step behind. So after the question is asked and people talk, you're just processing the interpretation. So, you know, I applaud stuff like this, because it is very difficult to try to be engaged when you don't speak the language. And I experienced it firsthand, so I really applaud stuff like this because I think it's important.
With that, we'll take questions from the board or comments.
Well, this is great. I mean, I love what you guys are doing. I'm curious, I saw the participation numbers. Are you seeing any changes in student outcomes yet as a result of this kind of work? Because I think that, particularly the parenting thing, that trickles out into behaviors at school, right? Super important. But I just was wondering if we're measuring that yet.
Not yet. We just finished Project to Inspire last week, and then Disciplina Positiva, I think, was like 2 weeks before that. But we have the attendance records, and that will be a part of just, I know, our LCAP review and be able to look at those actions. So.
Do we have, like, is there a way for us to track, like, if a parent participates, say, in Disciplina Positiva, like, is there a way for us to track, like, put a marker on that, their kids, to see, you know, I mean, I think it's hard to quantify this stuff, but it would be great to be able to see, does it change attendance? Does it change enrollment in AP and honors classes? Like, you know, what are the outcomes that we start to see because we elevate the parents' understanding of how the system works and how to advocate and who to ask when you have a question and all those things that many times, you know, people who don't feel comfortable in English don't feel comfortable advocating for their kids. So I just would love to see us try and capture some of that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. I'd love for us to get there. I know we'd all love to get there. I think what we're relying on right now is that it's extremely meaningful for the parents, and they're reporting successes. We'd like to be able to quantify that. We don't have a programmatic way to flag a student based on a parent engaging in this, but maybe Thomas and I can talk about that a little bit later.
So convenient you're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great time, Thomas.
And I'll just add in before we get to additional comments. One of the reasons I just asked Thomas to go back to the slide is we look at we're talking about like the quantitative measures of when things improve. Oftentimes, we even see this in teacher development. Before we see teachers' change of behavior in the way that they approach what happens in the classroom, you actually see anecdotal and qualitative pieces first about the way that they talk about issues. And so one of the things that I just wanted to bring our attention back to the comments that were made is you could see the foundational elements of what we're talking about that we know will come. How and to what degree, like all of our families are so different. But this one comment in particular about understanding the system and how to navigate it and having that sense, I'm going to kind of give away one of the things that I do in our interviews. So whoever's listening, if you were going to interview, you just have an insight. But one of the questions that I often ask is to our candidates to talk to us about the difference between parents, either activities or engagement, and parent empowerment. And these models are designed to take families who, like all of our families, have a desire to be more involved, but to give them the explicit skill set and understanding, plus that cohort model that says we collectively can make a difference in the lives of our students. And so this is why this is such a powerful model. We are at the very beginning in some ways, but we do know, having seen other districts go through this for a number of years, what's on the other side. So we have some great things ahead of us. And also, although it's a little bit premature, I just want to thank Dr. Molina and her team. Like, I remember a couple years back with Greg, we were sitting looking at coming out of COVID and looking at goal 3, and we were just kind of lamenting. We were like, oh, like we knew what we wanted. We knew we had this direction from the board, and yet just the things hadn't come together. And to be here 2 years later to see what has manifested is really inspiring. So I want to thank all of you for making this successes, because we will have more successes, but thank you for the success that we're experiencing right now.
Fabulous team, and when you give them something to run with, they are off. So I just want to thank both of my colleagues here.
Other questions or comments by the board?
I just want to also thank you for this presentation. It was great, and I think such a huge part of our students' academic success is support at home, and I can't imagine not, knowing how the system works. So for us to be able to support the parents is huge, and I'm grateful that we're able to do that because it will all trickle down to our students. So thank you.
I just want to agree. This is a great opportunity. It only is a great opportunity for parents, but it's for us as well. Mm-hmm. We can see some of the roadblocks, some of the access points that families are missing, and we can adjust ourselves. So it's not just a workshop for parents, but it's actually a workshop for us as a district. So I appreciate all of the work you do. This is a great system. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, anything else? I'd like to thank you as well, but I think the answer is obvious to the question I'm going to ask. We're going to continue this and try to expand it in the future years so parents that didn't get in on it this year can get in on it possibly next year? Absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
Circle back. Actually, two things, really. So one, in the folks who were here tonight from the Disciplina Positiva, recognize a lot of faces from DLAC, right? So I'm curious, and they're the early adopters, right? They're parents who know us, who feel comfortable. What's the plan for reaching outside of that? Or are we asking them to bring their compadres along, or what does that look like, right? And then the second thing is unrelated to that, but still part of this kind of family-focused goal, is are we doing the next step? When we were in DC, we heard from Undersecretary Christy Martin talking about FAFSA and how important the goal is of getting parents to understand that process, and especially for parents who have not attended college themselves, to understand what it looks like to get funds for college. And so I was just kind of wondering, is the next layer of this kind of that part, right? Like the college application part and getting ready. Are we thinking about that next part?
So for Disciplina Positiva, I feel like we had a larger representation of what was here this evening, of our families. Who showed up was a certain group of people who I think we have a special connection with, even though we invited everybody. But I still think there are many different ways that we can, even though we publicize through the district newsletter, we could reach out to specific sites and have sites, give those personal phone calls to specific families. For Project to Inspire, they have pretty much a set. Those are groups of parents that were specifically out of DLAC, because the way that workshop is you want to take leaders that are already existing and they are a part of this course, and with the goal that by the time they go through each of those levels, they really are district parent leaders. The first one is I don't know if we can go to the slide that has each of the levels in Project to Inspire. So this first one, awareness level, is really just, if we think about the Parent Institute for Quality Education, it's really just the basics of how our education system works. And then the next level is mastery. I'm not sure, Claudia, if you know the specific levels or what they address in the mastery level.
So in every level, they do get one of the courses specifies on college and higher education awareness and how to support their children or guide them to ask and advocate for themselves, to fill out the FAFSA form, right? I think it's touched in every one of the levels, but every level builds upon the previous one.
I'll also offer that even though it's not represented here, PK is another parent outreach for families that don't have a solid understanding of particularly the secondary and post-secondary programs, and I know that FAFSA is a part of that training as well.
Okay, item number 3, presentation of the district-wide student attendance rates. Is this coming from you, Dr. Bayless, since it's under Ed Services?
Yes, from Ed Services. Thank you, Dr. Danberg. Pleased to bring Maria Ciras up to the front to talk about the good news here. And so I know that Cheryl is also deeply involved in this, so take it away, Maria.
We'll get with, yes, I will explain a little bit about that. Good evening. On behalf of the Student Support Services team, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share this attendance update with you. School attendance plays a pivotal role in fostering student connectedness, mental health, well-being, and academic achievement. And we know that progress in this area is a result of a collaborative effort of a community. It is with great appreciation that I do want to acknowledge the dedication of each of the school's attendance teams and their principals, and the support from parents and students to increase attendance rates in Ventura Unified School District. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Cheryl Burns, for her leadership, which has played a crucial role in advancing our attendance initiatives. Although Cheryl was originally scheduled to lead this presentation, she's unfortunately indisposed due to an illness. However, I am committed to delivering the information that we prepare for you today. In recent years, and I'll start with the information on this slide, in recent years, Student Support Services has prioritized several key attendance initiatives. Among these, our attendance campaigns have been a focal point, offering various resources tailored for site administrators to ensure attendance within each school. These resources are accessible through our Google Drive and have a variety of materials such as back-to-school campaigns, messaging strategies, attendance posters, banners, student activities, and notably one that you're aware of is our annual attendance poster contest, which we started last year. In addition, attendance is integrated and supported by our local accountability plan. Also at the site and district level, we consistently look at data to identify attendance trends in areas that need further attention. Each school has established an attendance team. These school teams have engaged in continuous training facilitated by our partners from Student Support Services Solutions. These teams were provided with time to collaborate and address attendance challenges throughout the year. In addition, each site developed a comprehensive attendance plan tailored to address Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 needs throughout each month. These plans delineate staff leads, collaborative partners, and the tools and materials to implement some of the strategies that they want to utilize at the sites. With that being said, I do want to, it is my privilege, and I want to introduce Christina Dorso. She is the assistant principal at Ventura High School. She's here today to share the initiatives implemented as direct outcome of the Ventura High School's attendance plan. So without further ado, I will ask Christina to come up.
Hi, everybody. This is my first board meeting, so I might be a little nervous, so apologize in advance. We're going to get there. I have a very unique position. I'm a 50-50, so I have an opportunity to teach students in the morning for first and second period and then transition into the assistant principal role, which is a lot of fun and it's really exciting. I'm able to connect with students on a completely different level, I think, than a traditional assistant principal would. So I'm able to meet with those students and go over their attendance specifically and build those connections with them. I believe everything really starts with those connections. So my ability to message parents and students through like Google Voice has been one of my key factors to getting students and parents to come back onto campus with us. One of my first things to do was establish that rapport with our like our 10% chronic absence students, like very beginning. I immediately started that, like can I support you to come back onto our campus or into those next steps on just figuring out what's going on or what's holding you back from coming back onto campus. I got a lot of positive feedback with that one, and for the most part, a lot of our students did come back after that. We have a lot of positive recognitions that are happening on our campus as well. I need to talk to Foothills, see what's going on with that, because I'd like to go see what they have going on with their Renaissance, because we just started going with our Renaissance and our positive referrals for attendance with that. I get to see students, as I mentioned, on campus one-on-one, so anytime I get to see them after having like an attendance conversation, I get really excited and like very appreciative that they're still on campus with us, so that's really fun. Data review, I get to be the coordination of services leader at our site as well. I run meetings once a month where I'm able to give our counselors the whole list of who's in danger of being our chronic, and they are able to give me more information on what's going on with those families so I can better support them. So that's able to follow up directly with those families. Some of the interventions we also have on place on campus are our weekly SART meetings. Thankfully, they are not as packed as they were back in September, so that's really awesome, and I always congratulate the parents for coming to those ones. That's a lot of fun. I do home visits as much as possible. Coordinating those has been most of the struggle, but home visits have been a very impactful thing that I've been able to do as well. Outreach, we have at our school site, we have our Spanish liaison, which I swear to God knows everybody on this in Ventura County. She is able to accompany me to every one of those home visits for the most part, so she's been a fantastic resource. Social emotional supports we have on campus, our wellness center has been a really great support center. And then we also have parent projects. So similar to the Project to Inspire that we were just hearing about, we have Parent Project on our campus as well, which I advertise to our parents during our SARB meetings as one of the resources that they can use to help build that rapport and that relationship back with our students and our schools. And then the last thing I do is I get to help out with SARB meetings, which are really great. And again, just another way to help give the families more resources if this is the last edge that we're at. So it's been a great pleasure and an honor to work with this team. Thank you.
We are pleased to report an increase in overall attendance across all elementary all of the elementary schools, with optimistic projections for sustained improvement throughout the current academic year. And then we can go to the second one as well. Thank you. Furthermore, we're delighted to share that similar positive trends, we're observing the same trends in our middle and high schools. And the last slide, because we have a short presentation, we just would like to conclude our presentation highlighting two of our attendance posters, winners, and invite you to ask any questions that you may have.
Questions by the board?
Yeah, actually, can we go back to the percent slide? So, yeah, this is fine. So I love slides like this, but if I can ask for maybe a fourth column, that would be percent over last year, because sometimes that's one of the ways you can see, you know, it could be 93%, but maybe last year was 89, and we can see a huge improvement. Or we see somebody that was 97%, but last year they were 99%. And so when we look at this, we say, oh yeah, they're 97%, but they might have actually went backwards. But I really love the what?
Yes, we have 2 years.
But I have to do, what I'm saying is I got to look at one, and I'm not that smart. So I got to go through one line, and by the time I go through that line, the presentation, so if I can, just to have the percent.
Yes, we can definitely
easier
do
for
that.
somebody like me.
What is the percent of SDC?
I'm sorry?
SDC.
So the SDC are the students that are spending most of their day in a special program because they have an IEP.
And
yes,
that doesn't cover RSB or
I'm not sure what that
SH
percentage is, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. Cheryl would know best, but it's the majority. If I understand correctly, what I've learned is that it's the majority of the day is spent. Mm-hmm.
So I guess just my question is, why is special ed just represented by SDC?
That could just be a misuse of the word SDC. Not all these schools have SDC programs, right. So it could just be these are students with IEPs. These are special education students. So that could just be a misnamed column.
Yeah, It just seemed kind of odd.
I'll jump in. One of the things is the SDC concept, if we're using it just for any student who is spending more than 50% of their time in special ed, in the special ed tracking and potentially in this reporting, it could be, this goes back to that concept of the resource student. It could be a quote unquote resource student who by middle school, in particular in high school, is spending a majority of their in special ed. So that's another way of looking at it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I did have a question. I love hearing about the home visits that are being done. I think that's wonderful because I appreciate the fact that, you know, the phone calls are being made and the outreach to try to figure out what's going on and why these students are chronically absent. But a lot of times I don't really think you could capture and make that connection over the phone. So is this being done at every school across all sites, or only?
Doing this at all the schools. Our social workers have actually been helping with some of the families that they're harder to reach because they might be homeless or there's other challenges in terms of locating them. So we have been assigning our social workers to those particular cases. But yes.
I just think this is super important, right, for a lot of reasons. One, because we want kids at school so that they can learn, but also because it impacts our annual, our annual operating budget. And I mean, when you look at this, I just still remember the days when we were a 97% district, right? So, so it's like, woo, we're making progress, but like you still have a little bit of ways to go. And so I guess this is a question for Dr. Mirza. What is the difference for us, like in terms of our ADA between, like, say, a 97% and a 93% district wide?
It's a huge difference. We're talking millions of dollars, but currently I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but
it's important to see that the investment of time and energy that comes from staff to meet with families, to make those connections, right? It's important because it changes kids' lives. It's also justified when we do those things because it actually impacts our budget in positive ways, right? So it's like both of those two things are positives, but I recognize that it's hard to carve out the time for those things because it's very time intensive, right? Those home visits take 1 million hours to organize, and then you get there and sometimes they're not there. But thank you for the work, and I am glad to hear that it is happening at all of our sites, because we know that COVID was so hard on families, and they're still trying to get back. And actually, Calvin, you mentioned today that there were, like, one district was using their wellness centers for for kids who were taking a mental health day and didn't want to come to school because they just felt overwhelmed by the idea of being at school. And so the district is allowing them to spend the day in the wellness center, counts towards attendance, and gives the kid a connection to school and resources so that they're not just at home, right? So I think there's all sorts of wonderful things, but thank you for this.
Yeah, and on top of that, they were finding out that the kids that were taking mental health days, it really wasn't necessarily mental health just on that one student. It was actually a confrontation between another student, and then that's why they didn't want to come to school. But they realized, I see you shaking your head, the assistant principal back in the back, but that they started realizing that that was the main time that kids were taking times off, was because it was a student-to-student conflict, and not necessarily, I guess that could be mental health, but not what we perceive as a mental health day. And, and my second thing is, I was too busy trying to do the math. Do we have the overall attendance number? Because I don't think I saw it.
We didn't, I don't have it, but.
I think it's on the next slide.
Hassan?
Yeah, we certified a P2 just recently, and
P2.
Which is our principal apportionment 2, which is our funding is based off of. So we're still at 92%. We're heading in the right direction, and as soon as this increase in attendance, if it sticks, and if next measuring period would be P1 or P2 really next year, if we could maintain this, it'd be better. But right as of now, we're still at 92%. But the good thing is our budget is budgeted to be at 92% as well, so we didn't budget any higher than that.
You were going to make a comment. I'm sorry I kept talking when you came up to the mic. No, come up to it. I want to hear what you're going to say.
Along the same lines as what you had mentioned with parents and students not wanting to come to school because there was potentially an altercation, and we wouldn't have known that unless I went to the house and I heard about that story, or I reached out to them in a text message and got that feedback from the families, and then brought them in and then figured out how to restore that entire relationship. And for the most part, we were able to do the restorative justice with both parties, or even further figure out how to help them go to one of our other school sites and get the education they deserved. So we were able to work through that.
Is it possible to clone her and put her every side?
This is why she's here with me today. No, she.
Thank you for staying so late.
Yes, of course.
I just have basically want to thank you both for being here, but I also want to suggest, like Mr. Peterson, that we have another column. Okay. And that would be, what were we at our high? I mean, basically, I would see that as, actually our real goal ought to be 100%, but that's not realistic. But what were we at our high, so we can compare these numbers against our high versus just, I see we're growing year by year, but I'd like to know what we were at our highest before COVID.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can do that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, item number 4, the Arts Master Plan. Dr. Bayless?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nannenberg. This is just a brief update on the process to engage our community based on the feedback from the board to revise our current Arts Master Plan. So just a couple slides here to highlight. We have made a decision about who we're going to work with. We interviewed 3 consultants, and we have finally selected Sandy Seifert, who comes highly recommended from many in the county who have, and in our surrounding counties who have used her. And we're actually, I think, in fact, going to be the last district that she works with, because she's moving on from this kind of work. So we're getting her at her peak. Her swan song. So really pleased that she's going to be able to work with us, and the timing worked out. So if you want to go to the next slide, Thomas, thanks. We had a meeting yesterday with Bobby, Sandy, and Deidre to map out the timeline. And so the timeline's going to be this spring. I think next week there'll be some information coming out about how those individuals in the community can take part. And we already have a lot of people who are scheduled to be on that committee through our Arts Collaborative, but there's certainly some other people that we need to tap, and some other categories of people that we need to have represented on that committee. So the goal is to revise the Arts Master Plan, to bring it up to date, to maintain its alignment with the current arts standards and frameworks that have been revised since the last time the Arts Master Plan was created. And of course, to identify new arts opportunities based on new funding sources, and to develop an implementation timeline with goals, actions, tasks, et cetera. So looking forward to this process being finalized by the end of summer. It'll take place in May, and meetings over the summer. And if I remember correctly, Sandy employs a an in-person engagement process with the community, but also some online engagement processes as well. So we have. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is, again, just an update to let you know that we are really excited about the process of engaging quickly on this, and with someone that we think is going to be an excellent guide for us.
Okay, questions?
I think this is great. I was just curious, how will we go about assembling the parent and community members? Like, are people applying? Is it just all comers? What does that look like?
Well, that conversation, so I was not a part of that conversation yesterday, and I was only able to touch base with Bobby briefly. So again, we have an established Arts Collaborative. There's a recommendation that there be participation from the board on the first meeting. So we'll certainly invite one of the board members to be involved there. And we have members from our first current attempt to revise. We had a member of Pam speak tonight. I think we have a member already slated to be on that committee. But for the other categories of people that we don't have standing members in our Arts Collaborative, like counselors, like administrators, I think we do have a city, Bobby's already secured a city, a Ventura representative. So for the others, we're going to have to go out and have sort of a nomination process, or it might just be a request for those people to be involved. So haven't quite decided on that, but again, Cindy has a pretty tried and true process for how that works.
The reason I ask is, I think because we have parents whose kids are involved in our existing arts programs at the secondary level, you kind of have people who are connected and engaged and understand that advocacy. We don't have those people necessarily at the elementary school level, right? And so I think it would be really helpful to try and figure out to get representation from elementary school parents who are interested in the arts, because they're going to bring a different lens, right? And I think we also have 17 elementary schools, right? So there are a lot of sites that are going to have different views, experiences, resources, like what does it look like at one school versus another, right? So I think that's going to be a key part of the parent voice.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. I was remembering that Sandy mentioned that the ideal, based on her experience, the ideal size of the committee is just under 20. So the makeup of that, we can certainly include elementary parents. I think that's a key consideration.
Should the makeup be percent proportionate? So if we got 40% elementary, should be 40% elementary parent versus whatever the percent is, so that we have the representation of, we have 17 elementary schools, so we probably should have more elementary school parents on that committee.
Well, so we could, if you do it by the number of schools, it would look like that. However, if you look at the number of students, we were roughly similar between secondary students and elementary students. So my understanding is that the process is not designed to sort of be a perfect replication of ratios and have, we're trying to get representation from all of the arts disciplines, so certainly teachers from each of those domains, each of those 5 domains is really important, and then parents from each sort of grade level band. But I don't know if I remember in her proposal that there's a sort of a proportional representation by school, but certainly by grade band.
And if I could just make a comment, when we're all done with this, like my goal, my 20% part, is I want to almost be able to say, let's say I'm talking to a prospective parent or a parent that's already in our district, and with the arts master plan, like I want to be able to say, in elementary at this grade, all of our students have access. I think I've said this before. All of our students have access to this at this level. When you get to middle school, they have, this is what they're going to be available to have access to, and it continues through high school. So like, what I want to be able to say, I know it's hard to get there, but what I want to be able to say is simple, so that we can, advertise our school district and say, by the 4th grade, every student has the opportunity to do such and such. And by the 7th grade, they have the opportunity to be at this level. And so, like I said, I know it's easier said than done, but that's what, when it's all said and done, that's what I expect to be able to relay to a parent or a future parent that's going to come into our district.
Yeah, I want to think along with you with that. You're right. There's a lot of value in saying that. That is something that we can currently say with our partial tax funded arts programs. My anticipation is it's going to be a little more difficult to say that with Proposition 28, because the allocations are by school, and the allocations are affected by the unduplicated percentage at each school, which means that every elementary school, their allocation is pretty different based on not only their size but also their unduplicated percentage. So being able to have everything be the same I know that maybe it's at minimum, and I think we can try to get there. But keeping everything the same on many levels is not. It doesn't seem to be the funding model of Proposition 28.
And that's why I like to reiterate, my hostility was not towards principals, it was towards the way Prop 28 was written, because it almost is like they're almost taking that away from you by not saying like you can have a base and then the funding should probably go up from there, but say, well, at least we want to make sure everybody can, do this. So that's where another one of my points, the way it was written, is coming from.
Dr. Bayless, I would like you to consider having the consultant come meet with us briefly, tell us her plan of what she's recommending as far as how we get members to this committee. So maybe she's seeing something we don't see, or we can then have some input into that process, and we can have some input into where she's going with this whole thing, because this is going to be a pretty charged event if it doesn't come off right.
Happy to do that. I think our next opportunity to do that would be in May. At that point, the process, in order to have it unfold on the timeline so that we could be ready at the start of next school year, that process is going to start pretty quickly. So perhaps we can give a preliminary update in May. And she's completely prepared and comfortable with very vigorous conversations about the arts. So I don't think that she's going to see or experience anything here that she hasn't seen before.
Ahead rather than after.
Yeah.
Any other questions or concerns from the board? Okay, we are at the witching hour, which means we have to have consensus to, we're at 10 o'clock, so we have to have consensus if we're going to extend our meeting for a half hour by our norms. So what's the pleasure of the board? No, it's not on the agenda, but we've got to decide.
It's a bylaw. Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, what's on here that needs to be addressed tonight?
The rest of this agenda, we have a couple of conference items, and then we move into consents very quickly. If the board were to have consensus to finish by 10:30, I can't, of course, speak for the last couple of agenda items, in terms of future, so board reports. I don't know how much time you have planned for that, but in terms of the... Yeah, so I can't speak to that. But if we look at the rest of the agenda, the staff end of the business could be completed in probably about 10 minutes. So what I'm saying is, if by 10:30, depending upon your results, we certainly would finish by 10:30.
So what's the process of?
So I move we extend by a half hour.
Second.
And we don't need a vote, but it sounds like there's consensus.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I didn't know what to do.
Great. There we go. Perfect.
Okay, let's move on. Conference agenda, Certificated Human Resources, Ventura County Office of Education, Quarter 3 Williams Report, 23-24 fiscal year. Ms. Wolowitz.
I will assist with moving the agenda along because there were no visits conducted in quarter 3.
Very good. And then item number 2, Williams Report, Uniform Complaint Procedures, quarterly update.
I'm pleased to report that there were no complaints filed.
Okay, now we can move on to the consent agenda. Items A through D, reminding you that we've pulled 16D6. If there's any other questions about any other things, or we can entertain to pass the entire consent agenda A through D, with the exception of 16D6.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, board reports. The board have some reports. Somebody have a 12-minute report they were talking about?
a joke, but also sometimes true, because we did just return from coast to coast, and so I wanted to make sure, this was a big effort and something that the district invested a lot of resources in us being able to go to Washington, D.C. and advocate on behalf of public schools across the state. And the four of us, minus Dr. Dannenberg, attended, and it really is kind of a mix of, you spend the final day meeting with legislators, and for anybody who's paying attention, we did not all four meet with legislators together. We just divided ourselves up, and so James and I met with Julia Brownlee, and Calvin and Alicia met with Salud Carbajal. But
hey, that's my board report.
But we also learned a lot about like the federal impact on our schools in California. So we did a lot of training around IDEA and special education funding, and looking at the federal resources that are not being sent to our state. We talked with the Undersecretary of Agriculture, and then we talked with the Undersecretary of Education. And so it was really an opportunity to look at that federal lens and see how it impacts our schools here. And I think it was time well spent. I know I learned a lot, and it's always great to meet other, school board members from around the state and see what they're doing and what's working and not working in their areas. So, but I just wanted to share that.
Yes, it was my first Coast to Coast conference. It was great. I learned a lot. Calvin and I met with Congressman Carbajal just to advocate for, there were certain things that we could, certain talking points, one of them being requesting for special education funding, increasing broadband access, and teacher shortage and retention. So those were the things we kind of advocated for. And yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Sabrina and I met with Julia Brownlee, who's not our congressperson, unfortunately, but she was our congressperson for a very long time, for about 10 years or more, correct? And so she used to be a former school board member, so she's very pro-education and public education. It was a very good meeting, and we discussed about the similar talking points. We also discussed, I don't know how much I could get into detail, but reopening or reauthorizing IDEA. That was one area that we kind of discussed between ourselves and the Oxnard School District, which was partnered with us to bring up those issues. And without getting into further information on that, but it was linked to special ed funding. And how can we reauthorize IDEA that best serves school districts? And those are some of the areas that we talked about. And of course, Congressman Brownlee was very interested, asked a lot of questions. I think we do have a very pro-public educator in Julia Brownlee. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Coast to Coast was definitely worth it, and I'm actually looking forward to next year already, because I'll be more informed and more equipped when I get there. And I got to be the closer for Carbajal about the broadband aspects, which is really important. So I enjoy being the closer. I think we did a good job. I got to travel with Dr. Castro today and Mrs. Freeman to award trophies to the African American History Door Contest winners. So we went into Elmhurst, and then we went into Cabrillo and to Buena. And it was exciting seeing the energy between TK and then going to high school and then going to middle school. So I really applaud all of our teachers for the work that they do. So today was a really good day. But I had some other stuff, but I'm going to make it short.
Can I add one? I forgot I was going to talk about the tree planting at Elmhurst because it was so fantastic, and I just wanted to give a shout out to our facilities crews. They did an amazing job of planting 24, I think 26, something like that, trees that were fundraised by the Ventura Tree Alliance. It was amazing. Each classroom got to name their tree, and the names were hysterical. One of them was one of them was from Stitch, from Lilo and Stitch. I mean, they were just like silly names, but it was great because each class had their own and made a little rock for them, and they had signs, and it just a wonderful addition to that campus.
I did not attend Coast to Coast, but I did attend our PAC meeting, which we spent a lot of time addressing the FICMAT report and the differences between our schools and that. And Dr. Castro did a good job of opening the discussion and trying to get parents to understand where we're at and how we're going to try to use this to grow. And then I had the honor of being at Lincoln School last week to do the Teacher of the Month with Rebecca Fawcett, and so it was just a great time overall. Any other comments the board wants to make? Dr. Castro, coming events.
Mr. Kranzler, as you bring that up on the screen, I'll just start to summarize. We continue to engage our communities through the LCAP, DLAC, CDAC, AAPC, who we heard from earlier, and it looks like the May 9th is the correct date, I think. That's the one. Okay, because earlier in the presentation was the wrong date. We have PAC coming up on the 10th. Some exciting musicals that many of us will be at. And because we are good on time, I'll just take the opportunity to tie together the AAPC and the Discipline Positiva and Project to Inspire. It continues to be a great source of pride, I think, for us to think about the ways that things that often divide other districts and other sections of society, that in our district we take those things to bring us closer together as a community. And for me, it's a great source of pride. And so on those visits today, to the doors, listening to how the teachers went about empowering the students to do an exploration and how we as a community grew from that, because everyone who experienced that, we were all learning something different and seeing the teachers differently. The students were seeing themselves and their peers differently, and it's just extraordinary to see from top to bottom how we continue to build one another up.
Yeah, in being my brevity, I forgot to, Mr. York, who's class 1 for, let me see if I can say this, Wanagari Muta Mata, right? His mom went to school with this Nobel Peace Prize winner. So he really, he told us about it, and he almost got emotional about, but his mom actually went to the St. Scholastica University. I think it's in Kentucky or something like that, or Wyoming. But it was actually, he had a personal connection to the person that they did the door presentation on, and she was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. So I thought that was cool, and I wanted to mention that.
That's all. Thank you, Dr. Denberg.
Okay. You can see the future board agenda items. Is there anything else the board would like to add at this point in time? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to any additional board superintendent comments. Hearing none, we don't have any need to go to closed session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion
And
carries 5-0.
again, thank you, Base, for all you do to record our meetings and get them out there. And Thomas, thank you for pitching in.